Shalom, Salama, Siemi, Shalom. Greetings to all my Israelite brothers and sisters from around the world. Whether you're the bloodline of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, the house of Israel, or you're a Gentile grafted in under the blood of Yahusha HaMashiach, I welcome you here this morning. You know, I wanted to get some of the sound clips and sound bites from Beat Street because I remember that during the breakdance battles, it was get your crews and get on the floor because we're going to civil war, right? Beat rock. And then Lee, would do his top rock. But family, we have some word on the streets. And the streets be talking. Warriors, come out and play, yay. That's MAGA this morning. They're all converging here in Southeast Florida, West Palm Beach, Mar-a-Lago to be exact. To do what? To save their savior Trump. You can be in this grand setting of the Second Civil War. Brought to you by TBN and CBN and Daystar TV. Will we let America fall into the hands of the evildoers? Or will our savior Trump arise and shine? Oh my goodness, family. Yeah, I had to take my time with this. You know we're going to go in on this one. Because we already saw the fuel to the fire. Look, does anybody get this? They did this now because why? Well, we're going to talk about it. We're going to talk about it, family. We see Obadiah. We see Joel 3 all up in this. We see Second Esdras 15 and 16 all up in this. I need to email Yakoba. Tell Yakoba, come on, Yakoba. He'll have a special on his own. And the special on his own will be like, did you see what Chat GPT did to this human? Chat GPT crushed this human with psychopathic abilities. What? It's like, you have Musk saying turn the thing off because it's gonna lead to the fall of humanity. But we're gonna talk about that, okay? We're gonna put our ear to the streets because the YouTube streets be talking. They be talking. Uh, uh. All right, I'm going silly this morning, family. I had my caffeine. This is why I don't have caffeine before I get on my radio, the live stream, because I have to say, Father, I need your help. Uh, I didn't even get a chance to do anything that I wanted to do yesterday. My son comes over. It's school time. I'm trying to get things done because I already had this planned. This time planned. And the kid threw a monkey wrench. I said, okay, cool. Just get your stuff done, get everything taken care of. And so then he comes back after his dental appointment. He plays on his computer for a little bit. And then he's like, all right, I got to go to the store. Oh, Dad, I got to pick up my sister. I said, okay, that's fine. Then he comes back over again and he plays. And I'm like, isn't it don't you need to go to practice? Oh, yeah, yeah. So he's getting ready to go to practice. I'm just kind of looking at the news. I wanted to see how the markets were doing, especially with some stuff that was going on. Especially with the company I work for. There's some interactions with different credit unions. So we were all talking about that during the day. And then I get a phone call from my son. Dad, um, yeah, you need to come on down here. Dad, I got an accident. He was trying to hold it together. Dad, uh, uh, I'm down here on Bears. I got an accident. I got an accident, Dad. I'm over here. Can you come down? I said, of course I'm going to come down. He got into a little fender bender. It was actually not too bad. I was thinking it was going to be worse. He's a 17-year-old driver. When I got into my fender bender, I almost, my first car accident as a driver, I done peeled off like the whole side of my car. And I was scared. I was like, what am I going to do? It's like my stepdad's going to kill me. I didn't even go home that night. I stayed at somebody else's house. Oh, man. I told him, I said, calm down. I'm not going to turn your license into the state of Florida. Just calm down. So, him and his mom, we were there talking. And, it literally took 3 hours from when the cops showed up to give, ultimately my son got a ticket. That was ultimately. The driver in front got a ticket. But it was one of those things. It's like you have to tell the cops. You can't tell them 5 seconds. 5 seconds like an eternity in a car accident. But but kids don't understand that. It's like you have to say it was literally a split second. If you timed it, it was literally not even less than a tenth of a second. I had no chance. I couldn't move. He cut in, and that's what happened. But he had to learn. So his learning resulted in $163 that he's going to have to pay for. So, uh, well, if you're in the Tampa area and you need car washes, he'll be on his bike. Give him at least 2 or 3 hours to get there. Oh, but it was funny because I was talking to the guy who's a Gentile, the father, you know, and we were just talking. I don't ever say, oh, Gentiles, I shun gent. No, I don't ever do that. I have conversations. Because we're here to be a light. It's so as I'm talking, um, It was funny. He was from New Jersey. All it's all transplants down here, But then I was saying, yeah, I said my son and I we got to go get down to South Florida tomorrow because one of the deputies that was there was saying, yeah, I used to live in Miami, and Miami driving is it's terrible. It is compared to Tampa driving, and Tampa driving isn't anything to boast about, but it's still let's just say Miami driving's the worst. And so, you know, I said, "Oh, I got to get down there," and then the guy, the Gentile I was talking to, the father I was talking to, he said, "Well, good luck because Trump just got indicted." And I'm like, "What?" Usually I would get kind of like pings and alerts for that that's to me that's major news, right? Trump charged on 34 counts, business fraud. But the thing is that he learned that from somewhere. And we're going to talk about that. I wanted to just give my little 15-minute soliloquy, get everybody hyped up, and then, I'm going to have to just stop people. Uh yeah, yeah, I'm up here coming to wake. Yeah. I don't think I'm all that big of a deal. But I'm like, all right, man, let's hear it. Look, all right, listen, we're sticking to the topic here. If you're coming up here to ask for any type of money or donations or anything else, don't join the stream because I want to have people actually join the stream. I can't even bring up 10 people. I can't even get the room filled. If it's not strictly to this topic, to these current events, yeah, Garth, you're coming on up here. Yeah, I called you on out. I called you on out, so you could have your screen name as Trump's attorney. I'm gonna have you. You need to have your screen names as Trump's business partner. I know you're over by Bedminster. Don't do that, Garth, because guess what? They're gonna blame it on you. Oh, he's a black man, and he he can't trust those Israelites. He was trying to have me invest in Jerusalem in Ethiopia. Trump's gonna say that his investment went to Brother Garth's Holy Land tours. Oh man. All right, family. So all right, family. So I'm a glutton for punishment. I know. But the streets be talking. And I would like to know what you have to say. So we're going to keep it a little light and airy this morning. Listen, Letitia Israel. That's that's the question. That's the $1 million question. Oh yeah, we know it's a distraction, but we're gonna talk all about that, brother Rojo. You're on the red carpet today, okay? We're gonna have that, but out. Okay, so you can just stroll on down like you're Anthony Vargas. What it do, man? Yeah, get your aquarium platforms on. Brother Rojo is in the hiya.
Shalom, shalom, brother Karis. Shalom to everybody in the room in the chat.
Beetle, 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 beetle. You
Hey, Karis, here's my theme beat right here, and only the old heads like me would know it. Do 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 do, and you hear that little Clint Eastwood whistle. You remember Space Cowboy?
Oh boy, back in the day, he's taking it there.
Hey, I mean, the big old skating rinks with the bubble dice on the back of it, or the big old cotton ball.
Man. All right, we got brother Dave in the house. Brother Dave, how are you stacking up on your water filtration? You selling out? You selling that on City Line Boulevard yet?
Not yet, no. Good morning, fellas. Good morning, ladies and
So,
gents.
Shalom,
hey,
shalom, everyone.
shalom,
Shalom, everyone. This
shalom,
is great.
Dave
This is
and
huge.
God.
This is huge. It's huge. They're gonna free him. I can't do it. Trump. Karas's Trump is so much better.
It's don't look. Ah, it's so huge. They're making a mistake bigly. It's a bigly mistake. It's so bigly. It's
Hey,
huge.
Karis,
Yeah.
let's look at it fair, though, brothers and sisters in here, everybody. Let's look at it fairly. Let's defend the dummy crats for once. I mean, paying hush money to a WHORE, that is the single most biggest national security threat, and it's the biggest threat to world peace. Come on now.
Did he pay hush money?
Well,
So allegedly.
here's the counter argument, and I still look at it like this. They could go tit for tat, because here's the bad thing about this. Man, nobody even want to talk about Hunter's laptop. I mean, I'm just saying.
Amen.
Right?
You know what I'm saying? Look, I'm just saying.
You're right.
For all the deplorable things you could jam one up for, hush money to Stormy Daniels is where you draw the line.
Yeah,
Right.
exactly. I don't want to. We're not even going to talk about the laptop. We're going to wait till Trump gets back in the office from his prison cell.
And little bro golf, look at Karras. He's talking about keeping it clean. He went right, but he went right beneath the belt line right there. If this was a boxing match and it was him versus Hunter, right now the referee be holding Karras' hand up, saying to duck 1 point, keep him above the weight.
No, you can't deduct. He can't deduct 1 point. You got to give him a warning first.
Yeah.
No, that's fair.
He gets a yellow card.
We weren't talking about any type of crack pipes. We weren't talking about none of, no dealers getting beat. Okay, we weren't talking about any of that.
Oh man, I forgot about the crack pipes.
Yeah.
Right.
Oh, we could go so many places with that this morning. But this is a family-friendly show.
But not only about the laptop, what about his daughter's you know what?
Oh.
That's even worse.
What's even worse, Dave, is that he took a shower with his daughter.
Right,
What
that's what I'm
father-
saying.
Oh, dude, that is like the most. You know what? Yeah.
People are gonna be up in here, air trumpeting, earth, wind, and fire. Man, this is just some crazy stuff.
I have an update for y'all. I live in Tennessee. I live in Middle Tennessee, kind of trending towards east, but over there in West Tennessee, Memphis, of course, 3 cops were shot last night. One of them died. And my attitude is DGAF. I mean, that's not my problem. So if y'all want to pray for him, I don't.
We don't condone violence here on Covenant Awakenings, okay? We don't condone violence. We gotta put that on out there. Look, especially in Tennessee. Tennessee, y'all had some problems up in your state this this week.
Oh my
Okay,
goodness. Who don't even tell me about it. I mean, I live like 30 miles away from where that happened, like literally, like I've GPSed it. And let me tell you something. Today,
Rojo, I'm gonna ask you, what was your encounter with that person in question? You must have said something that triggered that.
oh, now, see, look at that. Karen's just going to sit there, bear false witness on her brother. But let me tell you
I
something.
just want to know, did you trigger them somehow? That's what we've been wondering this whole week. The Mojo must have run into that person. Mojo must have triggered that person somehow.
Well, you know what? Actually, I've been triggering a lot of people from that community. A lot of people, and I'm sorry, but they've been coming at me with the Bible, trying to say that they're God's people too. I gave them Old Testament and New Testament, several places in the New Testament. Started with Corinthians 9 and 6, but they just don't want to listen. I mean, I'm like, I ain't gotta tell you. I can show you I make good biscuits. Got the butter and the sugar and the buttermilk. I mean, I'll double butter it up for you, and then cook the syrup from scratch out the tree, pour it on there. I'll show you I make good biscuits. So maybe, I hope not, because I don't want the blood of 3 children and a black man on my hand. But yeah, I've been triggering a lot of people this week. I have been.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? Look, they covered that up, that the black guy got shot. They covered that one up. And they swept that thing right underneath of the rug. They didn't want to give it no type of light of day, but we kept it alive in this community. This community's talking about it. We kept that alive. You know what I'm saying?
And do you know what has me triggered about that though? I mean, all seriousness aside, that they minimized that he was the least valuable of the 6 because he was a janitor or custodian, however they say it, custodial engineer. Like, that's an Israelite. That's a brother. So he was the most valuable in my eyes.
And you know what he was probably doing? He was probably trying to save the kids. Because why? Because that's what we do. They know that's what we do. Fight or flight. We usually fight. We'll try to look. We may think that we're faster than what our body believes believes to be, but we'll fight. Okay, if I can get close to whatever this thing is, what probably shook him was like, who am I punching? Wait, before you know what I'm saying? Look, I think he got stuttered. Right? He was like, "Oh, that's a chick." Oh,
you're talking about the Decepticon.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness, little bro guard,
gotcha.
You need to quit. Hey, Karis, I gotta ask you.
What? You don't like the Transformers, Decepticons?
Hey, my favorite Decepticon is Shockwave, by the way, and Soundwave is a very close second. But Shockwave and Karis, because you're not my age, you're around my age, you're a little bit younger than I am. But am I lying? In the comic books, one Shockwave, the one that Megatron was always keeping an eye on.
yeah, he was. He didn't like Shockwave. Shockwave was always smarter than Megatron.
I thought it was always Starscream.
No, that's not true. It was
Starscream.
Starscream is the one he always kept an eye on.
Yeah,
it was Starscream.
No,
not Shockwave. Shockwave was actually very loyal to Megatron. Shockwave was very loyal.
No, he was not.
He
was not, brother.
He was.
You know what? I got $1,000 right now. I got the issue of the Transformers right now, where the Autobots and the Decepticons had the great battle. That's when Optimus Prime lost his head. Okay, and Megatron was barely alive. Shockwave, because the Autobots actually won. No, listen.
What are you talking about?
Dude, look, please, you talking to someone who had read that from the beginning. I mean, I don't mean no disrespect, but if you don't know, Google is your best friend. I don't want to cut you down. Just go Google it right now and then come back and apologize later. But Shockwave, he took out all the because Shockwave was the
Are we talking about the television series or are we talking about the comic book? Because it's two different.
The comic book. The comic book.
Changes a little bit.
Yeah. Yeah, the comic book.
The TV series is different than the comic books. Yeah. Okay.
No. Shockwave was a monster in the comic books. Him and Megatron got into the fight because he thought he had Megatron tied up, and he walked into that thing. Megatron took out his fusion cannon, broke that arm free, and blew Shockwave all the way into the San Francisco 49ers stadium. Shockwave turned into that big gun and shot him, and then they got into a fight, and Shockwave was about to kill Megatron. Megatron raised his hand. Please, I beg you mercy. Hail Shockwave, the new leader of the Decepticons. And Optimus Prime was the one who eventually, after he got his head back, you know, because he gave his creation matrix to the son of the those two mechanics. And when he got his head back, Optimus Prime kicked all of their behinds by the big swamp, and Optimus Prime threw Shockwave into the swamp, and he sunk. And then that's when Megatron recovered and came back and had another. I mean, man, I was.
All the women are rolling their eyes right now, right?
These are grown men. Okay, all right.
But you know, they can talk about their stuff on HGTV and all their little when they talk about
that. No. Let's not do that. It's women here. No, guys, don't do that. There's a lot of women here. Don't do that.
We need Sister Chantel to keep this thing level.
Yes.
She's like, listen, the UK's got their own problems. If all that stuff from the mainland of Europe comes on over, they're gonna have some issues. Look, they're still protesting in France.
Yes, and they're still burning in France.
Yeah, they took over a castle in France. They took the castle over. They gaffled up and graffiti one of the turrets out there.
La Revolution.
Let me tell you something. That thing has been going on since I was in Europe over a month ago. So I mean, that's how long that stuff's been going on in France. So I thought it would have gotten better by now, but it's actually gotten worse.
Hey, Oral and Karis, I gotta ask y'all the question, because for one, Karis has the military prowess and knowledge, and you probably, out of all of us on this panel, you probably seen more parts of the world than all of us probably combined. Well, I'll speak for myself. I've been to some parts of the world, but probably not as many as you've been to. And honestly, if the U.S. Air Force and the Russian Air Force locked horns right now in the air, who do you think would win? I mean, because I'm gonna capitulate my opinion to one of y'all.
Before I answer that, I gotta bring on the original troublemaker. The hashtag 400-year prophecy. Hashtag it's Jacoba's fault. Here comes
make sure he's politically correct on your channel, because he's not politically correct on it.
No. He don't care about my channel. He just comes on in here. He'll try to he'll be all nice and censored on his channel. My channel, he's just like whatever. Let it on out, Jacoba. Let's go. Let it on out. Get your thoughts on paper. Let's get it on.
I just wanted to come on and say, nerds.
Right. Hey, I was trying to rescue us, okay?
But look, guys, I'm a nerd too. I was in it with you, right? Megatron in it.
Listen, I was about to end the argument by telling. I was just about to say, is this canon, Rojo? Is this on the TV show or is this in the comic book? Because canon matters, you know.
Oh my goodness! Don't come up with.
What were you saying? I'm your Jacoba.
What's that?
No, don't tell me this thing. Don't you just here?
But I like to cause trouble on Karis' channel because he don't beat me up too much.
Let me mute you.
Reminds like yay.
Sorry, let me mute you, Rojo. And I can't even mute you. What? All right. Hey, Rojo, mute your mic, buddy.
I know, right? Thanks, Oren.
All right. Okay. Well. All right.
I am on mute. I am. Let me mute back.
Oh, sorry. My bad. No, I meant oral. My bad. Man, my bad. Yeah, oral. Okay. I'm gonna answer the question, Yakoba. You can follow up, but I look at it like this. I look at it like this. The reason that we have this Trump indictment is simply because Bakhmut's about to take an L. They're about to fall into the hands of the Russians. And that's something that nobody wants to see. You got to remember, that's all money that's going to Ukraine. That's our money that's going to Ukraine. And for money to matter, it has to have the belief system, right? This is the tangible belief system. The belief system is in our weapons of destruction, it's in our warfare. And if our warfare does not produce, then guess what happens? Oh, that dollar will slide, because you have to remember, all Ukraine is just a testing and proving ground. They're just fighting to see what weapons are actually doing something. And when it goes down, because they've already pushed into the center of Bakhmut, they're already there. They've already taken the city. And when they've taken the city, it's not going to be that long, because here's all right, let me all right. It doesn't take very long to push through the city when you're doing MOUT, which is your military operations in urban terrain. Okay, and MOUT's been around for a while, since like Vietnam, when you're and whew, Desert Storm, Desert Shield, when you're going through heavily condensed terrain. And that terrain, whether it's woods or it's built up population centers, I mean, think about it. See, you don't have any type of air support or close air support during that time, because here's the problem. Does anybody remember Black Hawk Down? You're not flying your air assets. No way. All you're doing there is that you're flying your drones around, getting a good picture, but your drones are so far away. Guess what? It doesn't mean anything. And if you bring in something that has some sort of uh, uh, an assault type of application, then they'll get shot down. And so now what they're doing is they're going into those buildings hand to hand. Bakhmut has a lot of underground tunnel systems, and they're just being cleared on out. It's an operation that's going through, because you have to remember, once that happens, excuse me, once that happens, Kiev is fair game, because you want to know what's going to happen. As soon as that happens, guess what? I'm going to tell you this, because I know how the Russians think. I was paid to literally be able to think like a Russian. I went to schools for that. They're going to cut off, and they're going to blast through any type of support between Kiev and Bakhmut. It's going to be cut off. They're literally going to do a hell on earth campaign. And they're going to cut off their forces, and their forces are going to be fodder. And when it becomes fodder, then guess what's going to also happen? They're going to get scared, and then they want the West to overreact. Guess who's going to look? Y'all think that it's going to be the Russians that's going to try to do a tactical nuke first? No, it's not. See, they all think about this. Whoever tries to claim it first, supposedly, those are the ones that want to do it.
And you know
You
that
gotta
the U.S. has a history of like nuking people. Out of all the people that has actually used it in war, the U.S. is the only one that actually done it. So
Hiroshima
yeah.
and Nagasaki.
yes, yes, yes.
That's the point. That's the point. That's the point. That's the main point. You know what? And you know what? That's the thing with that whole Middle Earth discussion about the United States was not supposed to do that. So
Well,
this is some weird. That's some weird. It's some weird stuff, man. It's some things that you got to go. Okay, wait a minute. I got to take a pause because I can't refute that.
So here's what I
The United States is the only country that has ever used that type of technology.
mm-hmm.
And guess what? That may have interrupted and disturbed some entities that said that technology was never supposed to be used. But you devils, you went ahead and used it. And so now, guess what? You're going to have to pay for what you've done. Do you understand the detriment and the destruction that was created by the use of that technology? That's demon technology that was used. And so guess what? Babylon got to pay for that.
Jacoba, you were gonna say something?
yeah.
Yeah,
So
I
I
want
was gonna
to go
say
to Toba,
I
then Michael. Go ahead.
I think we're going full-fledged war. Everything. I think that the whole Trump thing is a distraction because
Big
an
time.
indictment don't mean he going to jail. They're not going
Yeah.
to send him to jail. And all of these things are, culminating to your time frame, brother Karras, which is, April and stuff like that.
Late
Um,
April, early May. I said it.
yeah, because what's happening is, we listen to the Kenya president. Apparently, the dollar's about to crash, right?
Yep.
Um, North Korea say they're sending troops to Ukraine.
Mm-hmm.
China
What?
says, yep.
I
China says they're
didn't hear that.
preparing for
Wow.
war. Against the U.S. They're saying that Belarus is about to get invaded by NATO.
Mm-hmm.
NATO been aligning their military on the borders of Ukraine and Poland.
Brother
I'm like,
Yacoba.
huh?
Finland
I,
just got
I,
accepted into NATO. That was the final straw. Also,
Right.
hey, Brother
Yep.
Yacoba, I got to
Hey,
bring up one of your
Jacoba,
predictions
question
real
for you.
quick. And,
let
No,
Rojo
wait a
and then
second. Wait a
Brother
second.
Paul.
Let him finish his thought. Let Jacoba finish his thought. But I was gonna just ask you real fast. In terms of the troops they're sending, is North Korea sending troops to aid Russia or to abet Russia or abate Russia?
Well, it says British intelligence sources North Korea is sending hundreds of thousands of troops to Ukraine.
Uh-oh.
Hundreds of thousands. Y'all realize what that means, right?
Yeah, it's a full
They're going to
scale
be
war.
plundering that sucker. It's okay. It's a existential force. Okay. And what's happening? Let me kind of explain that. Then Rose, I'll get back to you. When you provide an existential force, all right, militaries generally was your roadmap of wealth acquisition operations. Do you hear me? Wealth acquisition operations. Why is that? Because you would send the forces in to do what? To ransack the place. It's not to just do whatever military operations. No. What did you get? Okay, here's your share. Everything else gets loaded back, gets taken back. any type of silver that you find. We did it in World War II. Let's keep
We
this
did it in Iraq.
100.
We did it
And
in
we
Iraq.
did it in Iraq.
Wait,
Yeah.
wait. Chris, did you say wealth acquisition? That
Operations.
means we're taking all the booty. We're taking all the. We're coming in. We're taking everything that we can find.
Yeah, they're going to get
Taking
stripped
all the
down.
booty.
Now
We're
let me
taking all the booty.
yeah, let me finish this thought because this actually
Well, if it's America, watch it behind.
That's a pun.
so let me because this actually was going into something I was thinking about earlier, and it's crazy that you had just said it because all right, when you go to war, there's something that happens when you're shedding blood. And there's something that happens that when you're shedding blood successfully, guess what happens? You continue to shed. It's just you just keep going and you keep going and you keep going. People think
it's the spirit that comes over you.
That's correct. It's that what is it?
Spirit of Cain. Spirit of Cain.
What? Yeah. Well, it is spiritual because why? Because you're seeing blood that's being shed on the ground, and you're going to continue to shed it. Yeah. Now the question is, see, people are always saying, "Oh, it's just going to stop in Ukraine." I've always said this: it was never going to stop in Ukraine. Nope. You're just now having more people come in to do what? You're coordinating operations. That's what Russia's doing. That's what China's doing. That's what Iran is doing. That's what North Korea's doing. And that's what all of their other Chechen fighters are doing. They're just coordinating. All right, I'm going to go on this flank. You're going to go on this flank. Okay, so now when we have to spread things wider, when we're going into more of Europe, now we know how to go. And then guess what's going to end up happening? Your pigs nations, Spain, Portugal, Italy, Greece, guess what they're going to do? They're going to seal up their borders. They're going to seal up their borders. No, we're not going to have it. Just keep everything there. Because why? They have traditionally kept their peace with Russia. They kind of, you get what I'm saying? It's like, I know where this is going to get to, but now it's here. Hey, remember, don't attack us. We're going to be neutral allies. Because why? Because they understand what Russia can do in calling up African nations and then going into those countries. Because why? Spain is not that far from Morocco. Morocco will get overwhelmed. They would get
Brother
overwhelmed.
Karras, besides the North Koreans sending troops, did you hear about Uganda's general vowed to send troops to defend Russia?
Oh, wow.
So Africa taking sides. Everybody's starting to take sides now.
Man.
Brother
It's coming.
Karras, all I got to say is the Mexicans want Cinco de Mayo back.
Oh, they about to get a Cinco de Mayo like they never had.
They're not going to, these people, the Gentiles are not going to be celebrating Cinco de Mayo this year.
It's going to be a bloody margarita. Bloody Ritas. Okay?
Yeah, Jacoba.
Brother Rojo, yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. Just to give you a little to piggyback off what you just said, Angola and Uganda already have troops in Russia joining up with them. But I want to kind of backdoor on a prediction that you made. You know, we already know about all the nations hating the whore and everything, but nobody, not even me, probably you're the only one, Brother Jacoba, that saw it coming as soon as it did. I mean, not only America, but white supremacy as a whole is really taking lumps upside the head from Africa. Not only did Uganda openly and staunchly reject, the LGBT thing, Kenya now went to the, not Kenya, or is Kenya and Zimbabwe, one of them, had their activists go to the American embassy and want them to remove themselves from out of their country. They had a thing in South Africa where some activists confronted some business owners, and got in their faces and was ready to duke it out, because they had the workers do a big walk off. Angola right now is also sending some shots at America. like telling them stay away from them. They don't need them. They don't even want their people out there. So what you were saying about the continent, brother Yacoba, I mean, I saw it eventually coming. I thought it would happen when we got over there, but nah, they're kind of like joining ranks right now against America. And I don't like that they're bigging up Putin like that because he's still a devil at the end of the day. But you know, what I mean,
Putin's not a
you were
good
right.
guy at the end. Look, let's not conflate the issue. Putin's not a good guy, but let me just tell you that when the Most High uses
He's
somebody,
the hammer of the Most High. That's what
exactly. You know what I'm saying? Hey, that's just how it is. That's just how it is,
But
brother.
you know
Mike,
something?
Yeah.
You know something?
Yeah.
Let me say this real
But
fast.
all right, brother.
I'm sorry. Go ahead. No, go ahead, Michael, because I've been chatting here and there. So go ahead, Michael.
How you brothers doing?
Mike.
Yeah, right. Hey, I think this is why I just stand back and I listen, because now I'm trying to make moves off what everything you brothers are saying. I'm trying to make moves for the benefit of our people. Oral was talking with a sister yesterday that Jacoba sent me an email. The sister, so I gave her a call, and we talked for a couple of hours. And Oral, he met the sister. And so what we're doing, in light of everything you brother was saying about this, what's going on, we trying to make moves. While y'all brothers strategizing, hey, they're going to do this, they're going to do that. We strategizing. This is where we need to put our people. This is where we need to go. This is what we need to do. And it's all working in uniform. We still doing what y'all asked us to do. Now, militarily wise, I had to listen to Karis. From a scriptural standpoint, I'm about to humble myself to Jacoba. And the rest of the brothers, whatever gifts they got, that's why I humble myself down to. Because I don't know everything. I don't. And I don't claim to know everything. But I will tell you one thing. I will make moves to put ourselves in a better position based off of what a brother or sister says.
And what I was gonna say, to kind of like, I guess, piggyback off of what you just said, Mike, is what I was gonna say is that this just goes to show what Jacoba was telling us to do is a dire thing that needs to be done like yesterday. We have to start making moves, because all the things that you guys are talking about that's coming into play, all the chips are falling into position. We need to have somebody ahead to pave the way for the rest of us, so we won't come there and be like in like a big time refugee camp, and even though people have PhDs and doctorate and all kinds of stuff, they're starving. So by us planning ahead, we're actually preparing a way for our people.
Oh, and let me give an alert real quick. And this is for the sisters. Y'all really need to hear this. Karis or Jacoba or anyone, can I please have one of y'all's emails addresses? Because I heard something on TikTok. I saved it. I already emailed a few other people in the New Black Media, but I think the ladies need to hear this. This had me really heavy laden, and the sisters, y'all really need to watch out there. I mean, it was already high alert before with so many, black women and black little girls coming up missing and everything, mainly of the Israelite stock. But this commentary I ran across, y'all really need to hear it. So y'all can distribute it. Y'all have a better aptitude than I do to get it out there. But y'all need, I think the ladies need to hear this.
I was just talking to a brother about that like 2 weeks ago. It wasn't that the video that you're talking about. I was just talking about, how a lot of our sisters come up missing, and the media is a dead stick from the word go. They do not literally put an effort unless it was some prominent politician's daughter. Yeah, they go put that time in. But the average black woman, they're gonna say we might go and write her off, because history. Well, I ain't gonna say necessarily history. Let's just say people say that the black women is being used as test guinea pigs, which I believe. I believe that, And so, I mean, yes, these sisters need to be really, truly on guard and be vigilant about their surroundings. Period. I don't care where they at, because it's happening. You know, it's just they need to be on point.
It's not just the sisters, bro. It's all of us, because melanin is worth more than gold.
Well, no, I wasn't saying in that like they weren't doing brothers, but I'm just saying they would a person would take on a woman before he would take on a man. And then if they take on a man, there's going to be at least two or three of them that's going to take on a black man.
You have to understand the much more sinister nature of this. When you think about their baby pods.
Yep.
Think about it. Think about how they're able to, gene edit with CRISPR. Think about what, the mitochondrial Eve, right? Well, if it's mitochondrial Eve, we'll just gene edit this and gene edit that, and therefore we have a white baby.
Listen,
right? When we infuse this, when we infuse that. Look, let me tell you about this gene therapy type stuff. But this gene therapy stuff has been around for decades, probably hundreds of years, but they didn't want to disclose that technology, right, until recently. But now when they're trying to tell you that they have these pods set up, well, there's probably a reason, but you're not going to understand how do they get these embryos? Where are these donors at? Yep.
Curious. How about she had a baby with dude and is half Cylon, half human? You know I was gonna go there. You knew I was gonna go there, right?
Yeah, I know.
You're out of your fracking mind.
Hey, I haven't had any sleep. I've been awake for the last 28 hours.
You sound like you're awake. I was thinking,
crazy.
I said, has this dude been drinking? He's like, let me just put this beer down and call Brother Karras. Oh, it's 5 in the morning here.
I haven't had. I've been fighting with clients for the last 28 hours, so I haven't had any sleep. But I was awake and I was like, let me call in.
Yeah, you sounding like you're dragging, man. Go ahead,
I'm tired.
Hey, Karras, can I post that link from TikTok in your chat, or would that get you in trouble? Because I don't want to jam up.
You can post the link. I'm just not sure, if I'm gonna play it, because usually I like to kind of review things that I'm gonna play. So, but I do want to get into this one. This is from our brother in the UK. Brother Asaph. Oh man, let me give me a second with this. My studio engineer is messing up. He's about to get fired.
Hey, we haven't. We finna have Cylon babies in these incubator pods. It's finna happen, right?
Well, think about what graphene is for. I'm just saying.
All you gotta do is just go
G6.
all the sci-fi movies.
G6.
What were you saying? Yakoba?
I was saying just list all of the sci-fi movies. That's what they're doing.
Prometheus.
Yeah, there you go. I'm about to say the same thing. Prometheus.
And
Shalom, brothers.
Of course, it's all black.
Hi, Sister Chantel.
Good morning. Good morning.
Good morning, Dave.
Uh-oh. The troublemakers and
Wagwan. It's funny,
no,
you
wait
guys.
a second. No, Sister Chantel. If you're gonna say Wagwan, you have to say it to me, not him. Okay, he's not Jamaican.
Well,
Oh, we're like that now.
Hey,
Yeah, man.
let's not do the whole small
I want my
islands.
props.
This,
No, I want my
remember,
props, okay?
my dad is Jamaican, my mom is from Barbados, so you know.
No, but if you're gonna be giving props, you say Oro Wagwan. You don't say, come on.
I was getting to you. I was getting to you.
I want to be first.
All right, I'm sorry. Well, you know, they say, all right, you know what? Wagwan, all right. Wagwan.
Yes.
I believe to have something on the monitor, Captain.
I just wanted to see if y'all are going to pay attention to that.
I saw
I'm always
it.
paying attention, Karis.
Wagwan, Karis.
All right. You see, I'm trying to get my peas, fam. You're stepping on my peas, fam. You know what I'm saying? Don't make me blade y'all, fam.
Chat about, man. What you chatting about?
This is going to be the crux of summer of Top Boy season 5.
I subjected Yakoba, and I think I sent it to you guys as well, to Yakoba to Scottish rap. So
oh my goodness, I don't even want to know what that sounds like. That must sound like
off key. It sounds off key.
Yeah, it sounds like some bagpipes just fighting each other. You know?
Dude was scrawny as well.
When Gentiles keep it real.
Because
I didn't even understand what he was saying.
I don't know if y'all saw the video on Ivy and Nita where the brother, he was hitting it. He was saying they don't hate us, they envy us, they're jealous of us. That's why they keep imitating us.
Wow,
it's true.
Sounds like
it's
facts to me.
You don't hate somebody that you copy. That's envy and jealousy.
Yep.
You know,
Yep.
That's the only reason, and it's masked by hate. But they want us to believe that they hate us. It's not hate. It's jealousy. And he also said it. Worship. Ask yourself why that Pope bows down to that thing. I mean, it's an idol anyway.
The effigy.
But why?
Yeah, it is an idol. Yeah.
Anyway, I'm going to say that you need to play this video before we start talking.
All right, fair use. I'm gonna go ahead. I'm gonna play this file. Let me start at the beginning here. This comes courtesy of brother Asaph. Brother Asaph in the house.
Wagwan. Wagwan, brother Asaph. Where you, sister?
My best DJ, DJ, coming straight from the UK on the other side of the pond.
Oh no! You gotta let DJ MC Petty One get it. From the other side of the pond, MC Petty One on the video, earthquaking right now. Brother Cash, drop that video. MC Petty One.
We have to get the turntable. Yeah.
Wiki.
Gunshot in the air.
If you got
Flash up on
$100
the
bill, say
lighter.
pull up. Yeah, I'm not Jamaican. I said it.
Are we gonna get to this video?
No.
No.
We're never gonna get to this video. All right, here we go. All right, please mute your mics, fam. Here we go.
As I stand and I look at Manhattan, the presence of God is all over me right now, the anointing. Because this is last call. This is last call. This is last call for America. This is God's 2-minute warning. If you think you've seen something, you haven't seen anything yet. We're not going back to normal. We're not returning to normal. The Great Tribulation is coming. The trumpets, the bowls, and the seals. The Bible calls it the 7 last plagues. 7 last plagues in Revelation 15, 1 and 2. In Revelation 9, it says 1/3 of the population of the world is going to die. You heard it from evangelist Mike Dial. Fox won't tell you this. CNN, NBC won't tell you this. But the judgment of God is going to get more intense. It's going to be endless, expanded, extended, and enlarged. Because we won't repent. from New York City. It's last call. It's God's 2-minute warning. This is Evangelist Mike Dial.
You know, they've been warned for many years, right? I was just looking at my Fall of the Gentile Powers. Even I get shocked sometimes how accurate that stuff is. And I'm like, you know, some of the people who upset with me about the fleet thing, I understand why you're upset, because I got a good track record.
My brother, I don't understand, because you're trying to save lives. I don't understand. And honestly, it kind of irritates me when people are just so their minds are so warped and they're so indoctrinated with Western way of thinking that they don't see that you're actually trying to help and save their lives. So I'm annoyed with it, brother.
Well, you know, I mean, you look at it, man. They don't want, like the video said. The guy said, 2018, 19 is not coming back. Those days are long and gone. They want those days back, and they're trying their best to fight. Even some of us want those days back where they was making money, buying cars, buying houses, things of that nature. They want that back. And literally, what they're saying, they want the devil system to go back to normal. That's what it boils down to being.
Let me tell you
What it boils down to. This is the reason why they upset at Yacoba saying what he's saying, even though it's written in the scriptures.
That's it.
Let me tell you something, brother Mike. 2018. I mean, I was rolling in the dope, and I don't want 2018 back. I'm so glad that I'm not there anymore, because it's like when you have a lot of stuff, your mind gets warped and you move away from the Most High. Sometimes He has to humble you and put you to zero for you to really recognize Him. So me personally, I don't want to go back to those days. That's just me personally.
I mean, I understand what you're saying, and I was pretty much. I'm sorry,
Brother Oral.
Yes.
I can totally understand what you're saying. I can completely understand what you're saying. And you know what? One day Don P is going to give y'all his testimony. But I wanted to tell my brother Yacoba, you don't know the reach you have.
Yes.
You have no idea the reach you have. I'm in other communities, and it's a trip because I'll come on a space where you might be, or it might even be your space. And my other people that walk in the truth, these are soldiers that sling the sword. Guess what? They're in your space. These are hard-hitting soldiers in the kingdom. You are not alone, brother. I look up and be like, oh, whoa, it's my other folks up in here too.
Yeah.
And the thing about it is this, man. The time is really is running short. And folks are going to listen that are going to listen. And if they don't, they don't. We have done, and this is on, individually, we have done the best we can do with what we have. And that's all we can put before the altar. Show me your faith, I'll show you my works.
Hallelujah.
And our works also, don't ever forget this. Our works is to do the commands of the Most High. When James was talking about, show me your faith, I'll show you my works. The works family is to continue in the Torah, because that is forever. That's where we went off the rails. Anytime we become lawless, that's where we go off the rails. That's where Balaam, listen, what did he say? He said it was in the numbers. And when you dial down the numbers, you're going to get to Balaam. That's the key. See, the Chartianity keeps our people in sin. Remember, in the numbers, needed to be a separation. Put the foreigner away. People don't even understand, our folks don't even understand how deep our nationality, I'll put it that way, our nationality is. They don't even understand how our alphabet, if you will, correlates to a number system, which also correlates back to the celestial system that you look at in the stars. The Most High is so deep, and we are so pedestrian in our understanding about why do you think our people could navigate the seas? Because they could understand the stars. And that's a map. Man, I can't wait. You know, the scripture says that we see blindly as through a veil. I cannot wait till we can get to the other side of Mashiach, where we can see clearly. Family, how fabulous is that going to be for us? Because we have to be able to have that vision to be able to run the world. And that's our position.
Yep.
We are the heads and not the tail. We're supposed to be above and not beneath. So
let me ask you a question. I want to ask Brother Karras a question. You know, because when I look at all of this stuff, since Brother Karras and military man, based upon your knowledge of how the military moves and all of these resources being brought into Europe, what's the maximum amount of time you think they're gonna use it? Because it ain't gonna be years, right? I'm like, I think it's like you say. I think we're we're at the door, and that's what concerns me, right?
That's scary.
Well, yeah, because a lot of people don't really understand how military operations are done. Especially, we've only had military operations that's been in kind of the non-conventional type of spaces, right? The non-conventional warrior in urban areas and type of asymmetric warfare and things of that nature. Now, I would argue, just based off of my opinion and my opinion alone, that America's under an asymmetric warfare.
Yeah.
With the train derailments and things of that nature going on.
Hey, Karras, let me stop you for a moment. No, I mean, I'm not a military. I mean, there's some words I don't understand. Explain that asymmetrical.
I'm getting there. Okay?
Alrighty.
Asymmetrical warfare is warfare that you really don't see because it's done on either such a small scale or it's having some sort of deceptive attacks that you think is just something common, right?
Yep.
Like a train derailment.
Yep.
However, when the train derailments have such a high frequency and a high proclivity of derailing hazardous materials, that's your asymmetric warfare, or
it's used as a weapon, right?
What's that?
The derailments are used as a weapon.
That's correct. Yeah, the derailments, the barges, anything else because why? It's a twofold system. It messes up your transportation. That's your lines of communication within that country. You use those trains. You see the trains are being used every day. So guess what that does? Well, if you can't move trains or any other products through trains, and guess what? Now you have an attack on the economy. So the economy is literally being attacked from the outside and within.
Yeah.
It's slowing down the trucks as well, because if the trains can't roll, the trucks are not going to roll. The trucks are not going to be able to fill with the merchandise to get to the stores.
Yeah, you disrupt logistics.
Yes.
Hey, Kieran, check this out. I live in one of the 25, I'm sure there's more than, but as far as I know, the 25 15-minute cities in the United States, right?
There are 25 of them already?
So in the beginning, when they started the lockdown, they had these little flimsy little things. Oh, this is a slow street and stuff like that. Now they have cement, those barricades that you put on the highways. They have those blocking off streets, talking about dead end and stuff like that. I'm like, oh, it's starting.
Yes.
I wish Chantel could,
Yes.
I wish Chantel could say that. Oh, it's starting.
Yeah, if you hadn't noticed, right, you'll have these weird traffic patterns in downtown and in most downtowns. And
Yeah, you're right, Karis. Karis, since you mentioned that, when you go downtown Orlando now, they're changing downtown Orlando.
Yeah. Same with Tampa. Because why? Because now you're going to encapsulate a city. Office spaces, well, don't worry about office spaces when you can have a cubicle space. That's your space. That's a rack with 3 other people.
They're districting off the areas. That's what I'm looking at.
Yes.
Oh, you can't go down this street.
You ever seen that District 13? It's a movie in French. That was your 15-minute city. Go ahead and watch that movie. It's very dystopian. And it's and they're literally being corralled in there in France right now, and you can't go nowhere because guess what? Because these folks are protesting. Because why? Because we can't have them all over the place. They're doing 15-minute cities within the cities.
I got to get out of here.
Do you get what I'm telling you? Jacoba just posted this on Facebook. It said that that the Young Republicans Club of New York has said that the arrest of Donald Trump is all-out total war. I'm telling you.
Here we go.
It's Jacoba's fault. It's Jacoba's your fault.
Yeah, exactly.
You gotta blame a black man.
Exactly.
But ain't
no 400 years.
Ain't no 400 years and nobody gonna flee. I told them when they ain't got no water and no food, they gonna be running.
You're it, brother.
But back to the train derailments, they're poisoning the rivers and stuff too, right? So
bingo.
Right.
You ain't gonna be able to live out in the rural areas anymore.
Bingo.
Right.
They're taking away your fresh sources of water. So if your water's now messed up, guess what? You're gonna expire very quickly if you don't have water.
Guess where you're going? You're going to a FEMA camp. Because there is no
or a 15-minute city.
And Jacoba, I gotta say this. I gotta give you props on another thing, brother. I'm like you now. I no longer eat meat except fish, and that's if I can see the trace of the body of the fish, because I saw something and I researched it, I investigated it, and I'm gonna tell all of y'all. Get mad at me if you want to, but if you're eating meat, I don't care if it's steak, lamb, goat, chicken, chances are you're eating pork, because what they're doing is to stretch the meat out now. They're using a thing called meat glue. And what they do is they take the bones and the coagulated blood of all the animals that they put on the market, including pigs and shrimps and everything, and they'll boil it and put a solvent in it, make a paste out of it, and put it on the pieces of meat and they'll freeze it or cool it and then within a couple of days, it's a whole new cut of meat. So I am
So you're
simply
saying the meat is
eating.
stepped on, brother Brojo? It's stepped on
Huh?
meat?
You see? Well,
Yeah, it
I'm
stepped
so
on me.
glad I became vegan, man.
It stepped
Oh my goodness.
And yet
I eat.
this Gentile was crying, trying to fathom why they're going to go through this. The funny thing is, to me, this man is crying and everything, and yet not once did he actually say. He said, America's under judgment, but you won't say what you're being judged for. It's like
Yeah.
all of you are skirting around this. Stop doing that. You know what you're being judged for. Stop skirting. The minute you open your mouth, one needs to say it, 2 here, 5, until there's a whole wave of you. Nineveh sought repentance and they managed to stave off. Eventually they got destroyed. But I think you're way past that, because as it says, we would have healed you, but you lot are way past healing. You're way past healing and you keep trying to skirt around it.
Because
It's
but
because of
Sister
this.
Sister Chantel, they're never going to take the blame. That's the problem. Because as I was listening to, he just talks about what's going to happen, but he never put himself there and say, it's always, you guys need to replant you. It's not us.
Exactly.
So he
Exactly.
takes
They
himself
think
out
it's
of the
because
equation
of
because guess
abortion
what?
and
He's a
homosexuality.
Christian. So he's thinking that he's saved and he's just trying to warn the people that he's going to be okay. And that's the mentality that they have.
They think they're being judged for homosexuality and abortion. That's all they know. They
Yeah.
don't
But-
read Joel chapter 3.
Nope.
But they did. But that's the funny part. You are being judged for that, and you all did that. What you did to us, you did that. All of that is included in our treatment. So when you see this being played out on your people, it's because you perfected it on us. So now, to the Jew first, and then to the Gentile. We cried like this when it was our turn. Now it's your turn. We're going out. You're going in. We are coming out. You are going in. You still think that this is a game. You still think, and it's like then you have the gall and the audacity. The audacity. I'm not mixing my words and saying Caucasian. No, I'm saying audacity. You have the audacity to step to us and say, you ain't slaves, and we're not, you can't judge us by, we judge you. We judge you. The Most High judges you. The Most High judges you when you stand in your courts and turn around and start trying to pass bills to go right back to the things that your ancestors did, and then you turn around and say, we're not our ancestors. You people are so full of crap. You're so full of it. If I was any of you, I would feel absolutely shame. Those of you who are righteous amongst your own peers, you should be standing up and talking and saying what your people has done, instead of making us do this work for you. We are tired of this. Why do we have to do this work for you? We've been doing this. We've been doing everything. And all you lot do, you sit down and you hide behind your monitors. And then you get upset when we say things that you don't like. Tough. Deal with it.
Yeah, what she said.
Thank you.
That
All right. After that, we're gonna I have to remove everybody from the live stream. We gotta take a 5-minute break. We'll be here after a word from our sponsors.
Y'all notice that Psalm 109 coming to fruition.
Hey, Chantel. Chantel, let me tell you something you can say to make them feel better, to make yourself feel better, sister. When the next time one of them comes up to you saying all this, yes we can, kumbaya stuff, all you gotta do, sister, just tell them this. When they say, and besides, you cut us open, we're both gonna bleed red. Our meat is pink on the inside. What you do, you tell them, guess what? You cut a dog open, they're gonna bleed red. Their meat is pink. Same with a cat, same with a rat, same with a bat, same with a mouse, same with a pig. So what's your point? Just shut them down. Shut them down right there. And you don't have to yell at them. You can just talk to them, be just as jovial and polite with it. And then you just let them know that they got to come up to you better. They got to come more correct. because now you're backing them to a corner to where they have to give themselves accountability. Either that or tuck their tails and run away, with their old poopy diapers, because they don't wipe their behinds good. I'll yield there.
Y'all gonna get Chick Harris in trouble.
I'm sorry, I just had to put that jab in there. I just had to. If there's any righteous Gentile in the chat and you're on point, I apologize. But to your unrighteous brothers and sisters, that sticks.
No, enough of that. Enough of that. No. Every time we always have to have this caveat. No, if you're righteous, you're righteous, and it's not about you. We're not going to do this. We're not going to have to do this every time. If you're righteous, we ain't talking about you. And if it pricks your heart, exactly. If it pricks your heart, then it's you. We're not going to we have to keep half stepping and pussyfooting around you. Nobody cares about our feelings. You get upset when we say certain things, and then you run to other people and say, if you got a problem, come up here and say something. I'll keep quiet and I'll listen.
Right. Yeah, that's right. Say what Sister Chantel said. You got a problem? Come on up here. Come on. Come on.
State your grievances. Get it off
You
your chest.
literally had a show where Karis said, open mic for any of you. You couldn't even do the decent thing and come up and air your grievances. The same way we as African nations have to come to your UN just to get you lot to stop raping our lands. We're not even there, and you lot are taking the liberties and trying to put yourself in our lands while we're slaving away underneath you. But when we have to come before you with our begging bowl and stand in front of the UN and turn around and say, please, sir, can you stop harming us? Please, sir, can we have some more? We have to do that to you, and you can't even have the decency. You can't even have the decency. And yes, I'm sorry, I'm calling out all your bridge people. You can't even have the decency to turn around and say, you know what? I was a little offended by this, or this was that. And we'll tell you, you're a little offended. Oh, I'm so sorry. We've had about 400 plus years of being offended.
True that.
Enough with that now.
Now you understand. Now these nations, these sovereign nations, are now saying the exact same thing. And see, this is why when you had the vice president of the United States only, as far as I know, she's only been in Ghana, and as far as I know, that's where she's just gonna be at, because no other nations are there that really want to receive her. As far as
no, she's going over. No, she's going over to Tanzania next.
Oh,
she's about to get her feelings hurt.
Yeah, she's gonna get the cold shoulder in Tanzania.
I don't think so. I think that lady's going. I think she's going. I think she's going to melt.
I don't think so. They said they were going to drop the dollar.
I don't see that one.
They're going to drop the dollar.
You got to remember what happens with a lot of that is there's, before people show up, there's a lot of threatening that happens behind the scenes. Y'all just don't realize that there's a lot of threatening that happens behind the scenes. And I believe, this is me, I believe that those threats are no longer able to carry itself out because people are looking at what's happening on the ground with their own diplomatic cables, and they're saying, oh yeah, these reports are false. These folks are getting smacked over there. Man, I ain't trying to listen to any of that. You have
in addition to
y'all got to realize this, and Kiris knows what the information that you get is so pedestrian as opposed to what is really happening. Y'all was talking about, oh, she gonna stay herself in Ghana. Yeah. Because that is the only place that her and Joe Biden's handlers have a foothold. Bingo. Now she might try to take herself over there. She might try to take her raggedy self over to Tanzania. But that ain't happening. You know why? Because the Most High is keeping the land righteous for the return of his children. See, Ghana's not going to be part of that. They're already compromised. As soon as the lollipop was activated there, they were cut off.
Yeah.
They're not going to be a beneficiary of the Most High's goodness that he's returning to the land. Only
You know something,
the
Don
resistant
P.
will be
Don P.
benefited.
I had a thought earlier today. I had a thought of what if we're going to see a repeat of Sodom and Gomorrah, where something catastrophic is going to happen to Ghana for them doing what they did. A thought just ran through my mind.
You know, I think that they're going to.
This morning. I thought that this morning.
Yeah. I think he go fall back off of that. I seriously believe it. I seriously believe he go like, you know, I made a terrible mistake. No, we're not doing. I seriously believe that's what he's going to do.
Yeah, and you may be right about that, because what's going to happen is when the dollar starts to do the nosedive, a lot of people are going to be jumping ship. And so when they jump ship, they may back off of that as well.
No, I have to disagree with that. Ghana is going to jump ship. Ghana is going to fall off. And y'all talk about the lollipop. Ghana done sold us out in 2019 with that fraudulent year of return. They made all of that money. They could have been said, you know, because they called it the year of return. Come back home, brother. If you don't have about $50,000 or $100,000, you weren't worth their time, you know, to go out there. And then out there in Ghana right now, as we speak, they're us that's come from over here, whether you say FBA or Judah, going over there, buying land from there, buying land, purchasing it, buying it, and the government and the businesses out there in Ghana are going out there and jacking that land back from them, literally jacking that land, coming over there with guns, tearing down their houses and ransacking them and stealing stuff to sell it to white folks. So now Ghana's done. I don't trust Ghana. I'm done with Ghana. Every time I hear that word Ghana come out of somebody's mouth, it makes my stomach turn. I can't stand Ghana.
This is the thing, Rojo, is looking at this. All right. The when they did do that, they put that out there, year of return. And what do black people do? They came in droves, and they seen billions of dollars. Who else seen those billions of dollars? The United States. We need to get in contact with Ghana. So now, let's just say, hypothetically speaking, that they was really truly on the right track as to a year of return, and let's just say they got tainted on the way by means of the United States. So I mean, I can't necessarily knock the brother off, because we all make mistakes, and that's how I'm looking at it right now. And it do seems that Ghana is being flaky, but I really believe that this cat go wake up. Hey, yo, this dollar is about to, it's about to blow up, and we are being fearful of you for what?
Yeah, did y'all see Sister Shonda's show last night? Because she had the parliamentarian on there, and he like, Ghana ain't gonna do nothing. He said, basically Ghana is anti-gay and whatever, I don't want to say that word, but anti that and
anti-agenda. Let's repeat it.
Anti-Decepticon.
Yeah,
anti-academy. Yeah, anti-academy.
Yeah, anti-Decepticon. I like that one. And he said they ain't gonna do nothing. He said, it's illegal. It's gonna stay illegal.
And that's the reason why I hold to that way, because I think when it's all over said and done, now South Africa, I seriously believe they may receive some of Yah's judgment, because they have that G life going on.
Michael, hold on, pump the brakes on that, Michael, because I got to kind of, I don't want to act like I'm going against Jacoba, but I've been following that Ghana thing closely, and it seems like they're leaning towards voting for that Decepticon thing. I mean, and as far as South Africa, I have to fight you on that one. because
I
South
think that's
Africa,
the media.
Yeah.
I think that's the media, not the parliament, because that guy who's the member of the parliament, he was like, that ain't gonna happen. That's what he said. So
Julius Malema, that brother is not gonna allow that to happen.
that's why I'm talking about South Africa. South
I wanna
Africa
say
is
this.
not
I
about to
wanna
be
say this.
compromised. South Africa. And I'll be done real quick, Don P. I just want to say this: South Africa, y'all better watch South Africa. South Africa, those dudes, those riders down there, they're gonna be ready for it. I yield my mic. Thanks, Don P.
Well, I mean, I understand what you're saying. I do. I understand what you're saying.
My thing was this. My thing was this. When I looked at how they lit up the buildings or the building, Sister Deborah Yah, she had the meme up on there and how they lit up the building in Ghana. That's the same way they light up the buildings in San Francisco, y'all.
that may be
So
true,
don't
but
fool.
if you look at the colors,
Don't.
they look like Ghana colors, though.
Yeah.
Fair enough.
I mean,
Just
they
the
can make
thing
the
about
Pope.
it is,
They can make the Pope.
let's
They can make
not
the
be
Pope have a
fooled.
bubble jacket, so anything could be doctored. I saw the Pope in the bubble jacket on Facebook with a chain. So
Look,
the deep fake art is getting crazy.
Your Cobra.
Yeah,
You know I
the
trust.
thing about it is this.
Wait a
Okay,
second,
go
brother
ahead.
Rocha, brother Michael.
What I'm when it's all over said and done, Yah said that he's going to put his people in position. They're going to be the governors. They're going to be these kings, these presidents, his people over that land. So my thing is, the reason why I'm saying what I'm saying is, eventually, and it's now, that we should be really truly, looking at these things. What we getting right now is information over the internet or what the news say. And don't get me wrong,
Yeah, we got some echoes in here.
Mike, we're losing you.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
My bad, Mike. Yeah, go ahead. I was trying to fix
And so,
these echoes.
that's the reason why I say, certain things, because I'm just going by the little information that I have and the information that they put out there. And so I can't necessarily call it concrete because I'm not there. I'm not in these people's faces going back and forth with them on their reasoning. I know now when the news and what other brothers say they found in videos and things, and that's how we try to put things together. We're trying to make a face out of this, the scene of Satan's world, and that's what I'm really truly basing it upon. But then at the same time, like I said, could be wrong, and then things can change. Things can change. And that's the beauty of it. They can light a building up they can light any building up. And then a person come right back. No, we are not about to get down this way. And that's just me. I believe those are the. If you want to talk about following scriptures, there's a lot of them, like the Nigerians. They still practice brother-in-law marriage. If their brothers die, they go back to marry their brother's wife if they didn't have a child. They still do that. And so, when I say they are the ones that are closest to following the Bible, I'm a firm believer of that. And a lot of them don't even know that they're Israel.
Yeah, I'm gonna say this right quick. I don't like Akufo-Addo because I do believe Akufo is, like he said, he went to school in the UK. You can see that, right? He's a European guy, which is why he promoted the lollipop and all that stuff.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't think the people are going to allow him to promote the agenda.
And that's why I base my reason upon is the people.
Brother Yacoba, you and Karis both know I hold what y'all say in very high regard. Well, I know you do, Yacoba. I'm pretty sure Karis knows too. But with that said, and I know there's a but behind it, so it kind of nullifies what I just said. I just got to see something first, Yacoba, with Ghana. So far I've seen every anti-FBA, anti-Judah maneuver they have done since 2018. And from what I'm seeing, just from my eyes, and maybe because I'm looking at them side
No,
eyed, I have a
you're
suspicion.
absolutely
No, you're
100, brother
correct.
Rojo. You 100, but I'm gonna say this: look at most of Africa, whose side they on. They're not on the west. Now Ghana's on the west side, but everybody else on Russia and China's side. So he gonna be by himself if he do.
And if I can,
he's quickly. Yeah, I'm gonna, Brother Garth, I'm gonna give it to you, and then Sister Chantel.
Oh, okay. Because I remember Brother posted that this morning, and I mean, I've been studying the Akan and Ghana and all those people. I mean, we have to remember. I mean, Esau's still in Africa. I'm not gonna say I know for a fact that he's, Esau, but don't be surprised. I've read the oral traditions. I know that Akan is one of the sons from Judah, and that Judah's within the Akan. But I also read that there also have remnants of Esau in that tribe as well. I don't think if I'm misspeaking.
That is true.
Okay, because I've read that as well.
Sister Chantel.
Oh, sorry. Yeah. Look, we need to understand that a lot of our land is being governed by Gentiles, whether they look like us or whether they look like the Europeans. The scripture says that the land is going to be trampled down. Now, I know that when it says Jerusalem, it means the people as well as the land, but it says what it says. And I think that before it's always going to be a storm it's always a storm, or it's always darkest before the dawn, is what I'm trying to say. We're seeing a whole heap of things, and I wouldn't be surprised if all of this is done to try to sour the milk, because they know, look, we know that they know that everything is about us. We know that, and they're listening to us, including these politicians. If you think that they're not, they are definitely listening to us. So if we know that, then we know that this is a literal attack. We know that they're going to do everything they can to literally make us feel like we have nowhere to go but come to us. As much as we don't like you, this is where you belong, under our foot. They like to say things like go back to Africa, knowing that we could not go back to Africa at that time. Now that they're seeing that we are going back, it's like it terrifies them. They know the scriptures. They know that they got a judgment coming, and they know once we leave, once we're taken out of the way, they know it's their turn. So I kind of feel like, is all of this done in order to kind of make us, because they know that they know that as a people, we're very conservative. We're not about all of that. You've got a few of us carrying on like that, but as a whole, we're people. We have a certain kind of level of understanding that right is right and wrong is wrong. So it's like they know that if they try to muddy the waters in their minds, I'm not saying this is how it is, but I'm saying this is what they're thinking. Is it possible that they feel that if we try to make them make Africa look as unattractive, they won't leave? Or even just let's pollute Africa as well as polluting them over here, so that our judgment won't come on us. This judgment, we won't be held accountable. And the funny thing is, all we have to do is apologize or change, repent, whatever. But it's so, they're so wicked and they're so reprobate. The very idea of actually just being sorry and meaning it and trying to repent and do what is right, just even stop. If you claim that you're not like your ancestors, just stopping. It's so far beyond them that they will twist their minds into further wickedness to create more wickedness. It's like you're so far gone into wickedness, you can't even reel yourself back even for a little while, just to be like, you know what, maybe we've gone too far. Is it possible? I think so.
Hey, Sister Chantel, I'm gonna go with you. I'm gonna answer your question with what Yacoba read to us. And thank you, Brother Jacoba, because you did bring that up that night at the Global Night of Repentance when you talked about the great eagle with the wings. And I think we're on those final two wings where you said that that would be the cruelest rulership against Israel. Right now, I think we're at those two wings. You
Sister
remember what
Chantel, Sister Chantel, in order to repent, you have to have a deity to repent to. If you're walking in the way of your deity, what is there to repent for? If your deity is evil and the walk is evil and you're walking in the way, then you're fulfilling what you're supposed to do according to your deity.
Exactly.
So now we know that in this world, there's two. There's the light and there's the dark.
You're of
And
your
those,
father, the devil.
yeah. And those who are walking according to the light, well, we got a little bit of problem right now. And those who are walking in the darkness, well, you know what? They were having a good time until 2019 ended. And now the light is cracking through the darkness, even as it says in the scripture. And there's a little problem. You know, when the light cracks through the darkness, you know what usually happens in the natural world? Folks wake up and then the activity and the business of the day begins. And y'all know what I'm talking about.
Give it up for Don Cornelius, folks.
Blinded by the light.
How can you do that? He ended on something so rich, and then you guys just do that. Come on, man.
Hey, Jacoba, can you give me that verse about the eagle so I can read it, or like on my own time, like when I go to work tonight? Because I'll be isolated by myself, and I can actually take time to read that.
Which one? Revelation 12?
No. The one about the eagle, where you talk about how the wings would move from the top of it to the front of it, and that would represent.
Is that
the
second
rulership.
Esdras?
Is that second Esdras? Okay.
Oh, with the eagle's wings. Oh, yeah, that's second Esdras. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Okay.
Chapter 6, I think.
Chapter 6. Okay. I'm gonna read that one, and I think I'm gonna take a page out of Karis's book. I cut it down for a little bit because Karis kind of pulled my leash.
It's chapter 4 or 6, I think it is.
But I'm gonna go to that one, Esdras, and I'm gonna keep on throwing James chapter 5 in the Gentiles' faces every time they want to say that, an apology for this, while we can't do reparations and this. You're a Christian, well then read James chapter 5 and then come talk to me. And they probably already know the scripture better than we do, or at least better than I do. So, they'll probably start rebuking me when I bring that up, like they always do. But anyway.
Whose name do they rebuke you in? That's just hilarious to me.
Can I say it without nobody getting triggered? Because I'm a troll the name. They rebuke me in the name of Jesus.
You have the, what did Sauron say?
Does Jesus live in your heart?
No, that devil don't live in my heart.
When they rebuke you in that name, this is what you should say. You should go to Lord of the Rings and say, "You have no power here, Gandalf." That's what you need to say.
But Sister Chantel, you and Karis with that Lord of the Rings. You see, I need to go back and read that book again. I used to know that stuff by heart because I never saw the movies. I read the novels, and I know y'all seen the movie. So I'm gonna have to go.
I've read the books as well as the
Dave.
the movie.
Hey, Dave.
Yes, sir.
Was that you talking a while ago?
Was I talking? No.
Oh,
When?
I'm sorry.
When? What, the
No, that's just
Gandalf?
that. No, that's
Well,
just
the person
Rojo.
who did Lord of the Rings.
That was me. Yes, I know. I could. My voice can
No, I
go
said
very
who
deep.
who was saying they read the book.
Oh, that was
Oh, not
that was
that was me.
Rojo.
That's
Oh,
Rojo.
that was you, Rojo? Man,
Yes,
Rojo, you're
sir.
a true nerd, man.
So,
Hey, hey,
Yes.
so
hey,
let me
hey,
ask you a question.
Yes, we
Let me
are.
ask you a
I am
question.
too. I'm a nerd too.
You know,
Let me.
Kamala Harris was over. Kamala Harris was
Where?
over in Tanzania the other day, and from what it looks like, from what I'm reading, it looks like the female president over there might be bending the knee.
Dave,
Yes.
Dave, are you
we
serious?
just had this
Yeah. Listen,
conversation.
it was on Tunu Cheki. Look the other day. Go to the website Tunu Cheki and read it.
We had this. We just had this conversation.
No, I'm saying that I'm not sure whether it is or not. All I'm saying
Oh,
is that
okay.
it's
All right.
giving the
You're
appearance. She's giving the appearance that she might be bending from what the comments are saying and people that are over there.
Oh, I was talking to somebody who is over there, and she said, "Yeah, she is, and she's weak." So
Right.
I can
that's
only
why I
imagine
think
who
they
that
got
is,
rid of
Chantel.
Magafuli. They got rid of Magafuli for this point,
Right.
and they put some
Ka-
Patsy up there.
Karis,
I'm
you've been
so
to
sick.
Africa. We need some guidance from you, Karis. I mean, your Cobra, he definitely has the academia part of that down. Maybe your Cobra's been there. I don't know, and I'm sorry if I'm assuming on you, your Cobra. But Karis, what's your input on this? Honestly,
To be honest, I've only been to Egypt, and I don't really, Egypt is kind of weird, in terms of it being.
Egypt is kind of white. Egypt is kind of white.
Yeah, I mean, really, that's all I can kind of say because, they don't think about what they just did with Kevin Hart,
Yeah.
you know, and
Yeah.
so I can't really say that they don't even really they're so wishy washy about if they want to be Africa, but they surely want the Nile. They want to dam up the Nile, or they don't want the Nile dammed up, but they don't want to be part of Africa in certain instances. But the
Yeah.
problem is, is that it is the gateway to Africa. It literally is, but it's you have to understand the nuances that what the Africans do. They like I heard from my Djiboutian brother. You know, they kind of play like this. That's what he used to tell me. It's like we kind of play like this. We play like this. You know,
E-
and the thing
Egypt
is
is
that
like
look,
Morocco. They like
yeah, and
Morocco and
that's yeah,
Tanzania. I mean, not Tanzania. What's that?
Tunisia or Tunisia,
Tunisia. Yeah,
Algeria.
yeah, yeah. They're like Morocco and Tunisia and Algeria. They play black.
And if
Yeah,
I could say this, brother Karras, when I remember we were talking about a couple shows ago with that geopolitical term, sub-Saharan Africa. That's what that whole conspiracy where they say, "Oh, this is sub-Saharan Africa, so all the people above this imaginary line have nothing to do with sub-Saharan Africa." When
And
all
we
of
got
our
a paper
ancestors
bag.
were all throughout Africa,
And we got
migrating
a
from
paper
North
bag.
Africa.
You
And
know
we got a
what?
paper bag.
Let them keep let them keep saying that because sub-Saharan Africa has everything. So if you want that, that's fine.
That's true.
Go stay in your little dry Dega land and burn up the Chris.
Along with Israel. Y'all can all starve.
Exactly. Israel's supposed
Because
to
you
be
got
the land of
nothing.
milk and honey. Go
There ain't no
feed from
milk, ain't
them.
no honey.
Nothing. Not even a lion
Nothing.
there.
The
And you want to
land of
turn around and say,
Decepticons and
exactly. You want
dryness.
to turn around and say you use the lion of the tribe of Judah. Get off with that
Yeah.
foolishness. No lion. Where's the
Wizard of
lions
Oz
there?
lion. The Wizard
Where
of
the
Oz
lion
lion.
there? Where the lion there? I
What
don't
I-
see
what
Look
I-
at
no lion.
Can I say something,
you
guys?
can eat
Can I
sand
say
pies.
something?
You can eat sand pies.
Can I say something?
yeah. Go ahead, brother Oral.
Yeah. What I was gonna say is, to me, what's gonna happen is, as the dollar starts to plummet, you're gonna see a lot of these nations, even the wishy-washy ones, they're gonna start betraying the whore, and they're gonna come back. to the fold is what I believe is going to happen. So even if Tanzania falls or someone else falls, even though wishy-washy South Africa, I believe at some point they're going to actually they're going to do a 180 and they're going to come back. That's just my belief.
To the dollar?
No, they're going to come back to the actual fold and they're going to like betray the whore like everybody else is what I'm saying.
Oh yeah. Okay, now that's in line with what everything's supposed to happen. Because I mean, come on, we got the word, and we have what's happening in front of our eyes. I mean, how stupid do you have to be to not see what's going on in front of you?
Yeah,
I
but
mean, you can believe these lying politicians. You can believe these politicians, and you will get sucked down the drain with their BS. It's just it. Gears. I'm all alone. You know that song? We're all alone. We're all alone.
Close the window. Was that the one you talking about?
Hey, the sad thing is this. Our people, how much wealth they're going to lose. Because there are IRS codes where you can pull your wealth out of your retirement accounts and position it in physical assets, which is my thing. They're going to lose it all, man. Think about these Okay, so like my sister and her husband, they have CalPERS retirement. Anybody that has a retirement account, because they pushed it on you after they pushed it off themselves with that 401k stuff. Anybody that has those accounts, how much wealth did you lose in 2008? You're about to get snookered. And you know how they're going to come back at you? Well, okay, this is what we're going to do for you. We understand. But we're going to give you a guaranteed income.
Oh, yeah.
Based on this system. But you know what? You have to keep a social credit score.
That's communism.
Shut up. Let me shut up.
That's communism.
That's coming. Yeah, that's coming. And they don't know that that's coming. That truly is getting ready to happen to them. So yeah, we definitely understand how this thing is moving. Because look, I look at it like this. If you're trying to say, well, we're trying to indict Trump, we're trying to make sure that we can have the rule of justice and the rule of law and everything else. All their good keywords, right?
Folks don't know.
My question. Yeah, let me finish this up and I'll let you go. My question is, then how come you're talking about this now, and why wasn't this done, months ago? Well, they know the timing. You're now within a 90-day window, and guess what? This place is going to fall apart. It's going to start to disintegrate because why? When they start it's going to be way before the any type of a passage of a debt ceiling, right? Because people are seeing that these banks weren't even going to wait until 90 or the July timeframe, that they wanted to try to push everything over to digital currency. It'll be much longer than what they had or excuse me, much sooner than what they had anticipated. Right. I think that what they may have tried to do is, well, if we have the stresses right now in these financial systems, then by the time it gets real bad and we can't do anything, then we can bring in this digital economy, this crypto currency, central banked digital currency to help offset any issues. And I certainly believe that they're now it's too late for them. And it's just in my opinion. Let me go ahead and get these folks added in. And then Brooklyn Brew. Sorry, let me go to Brooklyn Brew and then Brother Rojo.
Hey, good morning, panel. I'm here late, but I just wanted to stop in and say blessings and shalom to everybody. It's like real hard for me to sleep like this past week. It already be hard, but it's like extra hard now. But I just wanted to say blessings to everybody, and I'm a little late, so you kind of got to catch me up a little bit on what the topic was about.
Hey, Brooklyn
Okay.
Brew, you might want to look into these frequencies that they're sending, and I'm actually gonna our brother JW TV, he's talking about what they're doing atmospherically and why we all having problems sleeping. I'm here on the West Coast, brother. I'm still awake. I haven't been to sleep yet. So
Well, I can fully
there's
relate to you.
definitely some stuff going on. There's
Yeah,
definitely some stuff going on that they're doing, man. It's crazy.
Definitely.
It's crazy.
Past
And
2
what I
weeks, I
did
wasn't
want
able
to
to
say
sleep.
was this. What folks don't realize is this. There's a white pope and there's a black pope. And so you're seeing a fight in between. Make no mistake. They're still on the same side, but they're fighting for preeminence. And that's what you're seeing. It's the East and the West, white pope, black pope. And that's what's happening there.
But let me ask you this
can
question.
I ask a quick question?
I want to ask a question. What does that have to do with our sleeping, though, brother? Between the white pope and the black pope.
Oh, I was making two separate statements.
Oh, okay,
Our sleeping has to do with what they're emitting through the atmosphere. I'm trying to remember because it has to do with not radiation, but
the megahertz, perhaps.
like I said, if you go on to JWTV, he's talking about those things and also the remedies of what can deflect from that, because we are being poisoned.
The power to wear out the saints. That's what I thought of.
Can I say something quickly afterwards, after you, Garth?
Let me do this. Y'all finish up your statements, especially on the sleep thing, and then I want to show this video. If you haven't noticed, I have it queued on up. I've been sharing this. So yeah, go ahead, finish your statements, and then I wanna get to this video. Go ahead.
No, the whole sleeping thing is, I think that's just the power to wear out the saints, and I had to pray for just to endure it, and I'm fine. Today I actually got really good sleep, so I'm rejuvenated. So we just keep on praying through the spiritual warfare, because this is going to get worse. And obviously it's kind of funny. I was talking to the Most High, and I just kept on asking him to strengthen me. I mean, at this point, I see it like you can't be too angry or sad or whatever. You just have to rely upon him for strength and be stoic. Well, that's for me. I don't know for anyone else, but I definitely know that I've been attacked and we're all getting attacked. And I feel like that has to do with the power to wear out the saints, and the enemy has his last moments here. So that's why everything's ramped up.
Mm.
Yeah, I
I
agree.
wanted to just say something quickly about the sleep thing. I was having the same conversation with my mum today and yesterday. Yesterday was the worst. Wednesday and Thursday, I actually woke up I woke up feeling more tired yesterday than when I went to sleep. And the day before, I was actually watching, because I've been watching Voyager with my son. He's enjoying watching it, and I kind of talking through some things. There was an episode on there, and I encourage you guys to watch this. If you got Voyager, it should be on Netflix. Yeah, if you've got Netflix, go to Voyager, go to season 4, episode 7, and it's called Scientific Method. When you see it, you'll understand what I'm talking about, because it's literally, it's almost like what I feel the spirit realm is doing to us. I saw this, I watched it just the other day, and I was like, wow.
Was that the one where 7 of 9 was piloting the ship all by herself because she had to put everybody to sleep? Which one is this?
It's the one where where these aliens were doing something to them for weeks.
Oh, yeah. They were torturing them. Right. They had torture devices on them, but they couldn't see it.
Yes, because it was in another dimension. That's when I saw that, I was like, and it's literally, I watched it 2 days ago. And then I just felt so exhausted. Like, I spoke to my mum, she said, I felt the same way. She turned around and said that my sister was feeling exhausted to the point where she has to take time off of work. So many other people that I spoke to, they said that for the last few days, this week in particular, they have felt a level of exhaustion like they've never felt in their life. And that's how I've been feeling. I said to my mum, we're literally being attacked in our sleep. That's how I felt, because I woke up that morning. Sorry, I'm just going to finish this. I woke up on Thursday morning. My daughter came in my bed and she looked at me. She gave me a kiss, and I looked at her, and I kid you not, I felt like I was being dragged under. I felt like death. I felt like I was dying. That's how I felt. I closed my eyes and I thought to myself, please, Father, because I don't know what would happen to my babies if anything was to happen to me. I felt like death. That's how I felt.
Well, the only answer
I feel compelled. I feel compelled to get that information.
Yes,
because
please.
it's an actual ornament that is set by you that removes, and I'm trying to remember what it is that's being emitted. But it removes it. It's like a shield. It's like
all
a
I can
shield for
say
you.
is get your tinfoil hats on extra thick. Get the chin strap for your tinfoil hats, because it's coming real quick now.
Hey, brother Cam.
The
only thing I want to add to that.
People are
the only thing I want
to.
Wait, there's too many voices. Wait. I'm gonna have to be like elementary school. You're. Let me put my hand up.
Oh no, I just want to say, as far as the answers to the sleep thing, y'all could probably refer to Yacoba, because I think there was a study he did, a video about where in Yacoba, you could probably correct me on this, about whether demons would actually be able to not interface with us directly, but kind of have, some kind of influence in our physical existence, where we're kind of actually watching for them, or just these, things that's happening that we can't explain that causes us to stay up. But
Well, I'm gonna tell you, I think what it is the chemtrails. I think that's what's keeping us up.
See, Yacoba, you went there. This is what I was saying. It's not about demons. This is about DARPA. This is about HARP. This is about the way they're controlling what is in and the frequencies. And this is what JW was talking about. And this is what he was talking about with the RF shielding.
Yeah, JW thinks it's Wi-Fi, 5G, and all that, which it could be. But
Oh yeah, oh yeah.
if you notice, a lot of people deal with allergies, and allergies causes like inflammation. And I think it's allergies. I would say this: take a turmeric right before you go to bed and see how you do. See if you get a better sleep, because that helps bring down inflammation. That's what I think it is.
And honey too. Tea with honey.
I'm gonna try that.
I was thinking about getting a humidifier as well.
But also, I don't want to say that dreaded 4-letter phrase, and then I'll yield so the video will start. But that 4-letter phrase, all I'm gonna say is this: there's been a lot of strange lights going on in the sky. Everybody's talking about it in different countries. There's been some that happened right there in Louisiana. I don't know if you're still there, brother Jacob, or not, but there was a real bad situation. I think it was in Baton Rouge where it blacked the whole city out. So with that being said, just have your white beeswax candles ready, and I'll yield there.
Did you guys see what ASAP put in the comments?
Yeah, we're gonna get to that. I want to show a few videos.
Let's get to the video.
Yeah,
Before you show the video.
But can you say that after the video?
Can we show the video? I'm just saying. This, I've had this here for 5 minutes. Folks are asking
let's
about
see the video.
Okay, it's only 2 minutes. Calm down. Can we get y'all? Can we get y'all to mute your mics? All right.
Let me say this before we go. I believe. Let me say this before we go. I believe we have something on the monitor, Captain. Okay, now go ahead.
Y'all folks are sick. All right.
You have been a champion in terms of democratic reforms in this country, and in that way have expanded our partnership. And so today then is part of the strengthening of the relationship between our two countries. And under your leadership, I have full confidence that we will be able to do just that.
It's my commitment.
And the Biden-Harris administration is committed to strengthening this relationship going forward. Today, we will discuss many topics. We have discussed a few already. But the topics we will continue to discuss include the issue, as you have raised, of democracy and good governance. We will discuss and continue to discuss the issue of long-term economic growth for Tanzania, the climate crisis, and then regional and global challenges. On the subject of democracy and good governance, as I said in Ghana, polling tells us the vast majority of Africans support democracy over other forms of government. This reflects a shared desire between us. And the United States will continue to work alongside democratic governments in support of democratic aspirations, and the democratic aspirations in particular of the people of this continent. Madam President, under your leadership, Tanzania has taken important and meaningful steps. And President Joe Biden and I applaud you.
Thank you.
You have been open to working with the political opposition. We have discussed that. You have lifted the ban on political party public rallies. You worked to improve the freedom of the press. And just yesterday, you participated, as you mentioned, in the Summit for Democracy. On the subject of economic growth, good governance delivers predictability, stability, and rule of law, which businesses need to invest. Working together, it is our shared goal to increase economic investment in Tanzania and strengthen our economic ties.
Please make sure to like, subscribe, and hit the notification bell. It's the best way to show YouTube this is a good video, and you can share it to more like-minded people like you.
And remember, Africa is watching.
Africa's watching, fam. Oh man, the edit of was that? Is that Margaret Foley of him wiping his eyes?
Yeah, that's
I was gonna say, my man looks like he's wiping away tears. Like, this woman is going to drag us to hell.
Man.
Oh my gosh! And all those young people in the audience, they were like, "We ain't buying what you're selling."
Nobody gets to talk about. Nobody gets to talk about Kamala Harris before I do, because of the injustice that she has done in the state that I live in the city and the county that I live in. That is the white man's black woman. When she was on the stage,
white man's black king, my brother.
She looked so out of place, and it was like they were doing the flip backs between the African women there and her. She looked straight up like a white woman, and from the verbiage, she was talking just like a white woman.
Well, she told you that
nobody on the continent wants her raggedy ass there. No one wants her there. Everyone knows who she is. I'm sorry. If she doesn't see, she is so deceived. It's like you will never, ever, ever be the president of these here United States. It ain't gonna never happen.
She's the poor man's Hillary Clinton.
Hey, dog.
This thing is done. This thing is done. It's done.
You might want to start talking about that in your state, because they're about to start putting y'all in jail for doing that. They already about to pass that law about.
I'm gone. I'm just waiting. I'm waiting for my people to put the things in place, and we gone. I'm out of here, because I already know they're killing us. I already know that I'm being poisoned by radiation from Fukushima and everything else that they're doing here. Listen. I am not deceived. I'm not brainwashed. That's my family. And you know what's cold, man? You know, Abram, the Most High had to separate him from his people so he could get him to his destiny. And that's where I am right now.
So I guarantee you, with the Tanzanian president, they told her either you bring democracy or we gonna bring democracy. Who do you want to bring democracy? So she like, okay, I'll bring democracy. I don't like the way y'all bring democracy. But say, Brother Karras, I got this email, and if you don't mind, I want to read it right quick.
Yeah, because after that, I want to share another video. These videos are fair use, but go ahead.
Okay. This was shared by one of the brothers in the chat. He says, I may join. Well, let me skip all of that. He says, I had a client, active duty military today, tell me that we will be at war within a few months or sooner. Invasion will come from within. Chinese troops are already here, and Russian troops are prepared for boots on the ground here. The South will be hit hard via a nuke first. I don't know how they know they're gonna hit the South, because that's where we at. But anyway, African Union may be wrong on the agency we'll be sending for us. Our soldiers are not prepared, and USA military is doing a mass deployment, compiling tons of military units. Military are sending their soldiers here in the States home to see family before heading to war. Trump news is a smokescreen. National Guard and reservists are not showing up for active duty. Basically, America is in for a rude awakening. He could only tell me so much due to classification and security. Lastly, Russia is using their reservists in Ukraine conflict. The real troops are preparing for America. This info came from a top soldier and his superiors. So just wanted to share that.
But we spoke about that. We spoke about that on more than one occasion. We spoke about all of this stuff. So I mean, you have said all this. KRS has said all this. I've said this. I mean, that America is going to be attacked from within and you showed those videos of those troops coming over the border So all of this stuff shouldn't be surprising to us because we spoke about this before.
Yeah, I think
That's
the
why
only
we need to
difference
go.
here is that apparently their superiors are saying the same thing.
Yeah,
That's why
yeah.
we need to go. That's why we need to go, because that sounds about right.
Karis, I need that document, man. I need that document, please.
Well, or you know, I'm not working on it now since I'm here on live. So calm down, man.
This is nothing but confirmation.
Writing on the wall, man. We need to move this thing fast, man.
This is nothing but confirmation to something we already know. We've been saying this for a very long time. You've been talking this from when you pretty much started, Yakoba. We've all been saying this. We've been having our little group discussions, and everybody's been saying this. The Most High said it's not going to come as a shock to his people. Well, those who are the elite, what's the word I'm saying? Not elite,
the awakened ones?
The awakened, right? Elect, that's it. Oh my gosh. The Eve, isn't it? Right. Yeah, the chosen. Well, the elite of the chosen. The elect of the chosen. Why do I keep using that word? Anyway.
Go ahead, my sister.
But it's not a shock to us. It's going to be a shock to a lot of our family and friends who don't know this and don't want to know this. But to us, we already saw this coming. We knew that this was going to happen, so we're not shocked by this. Everybody else is going to get caught unawares. That's why it's going to come suddenly. That's why it says, when they shall say peace and safety, then sudden destruction shall reign upon them. We're seeing this. We're like, okay, well, tell us something we don't know.
Sister Chantel,
and we're waiting.
Sister Chantel, how many times have you talked to your family about stuff that you think is common sense because you're in this stream? And they're like, huh? And you're like, you don't know this?
I literally
Think about that. Think about
me and my mom were conversing this morning.
We're talking about that's going to be the whole thing about what you were just talking about, how they're going to get caught off guard because they haven't paid attention to the Chinese soldiers that are showing up, in the U.S. and the Russian soldiers and even the Ukrainian soldiers that are showing up in the U.S.
My family don't even want to pay attention to what's going on with the banks. Remember, Yakoba, I left that message when I came on your live, about 2-3, it was on Mother's Day. I was like, I'm done. I am done. I am so done. I'm not even joking. At this point, the way I see it is, you know what? You lot are going to have to just see it for yourself.
Well, at the same time, I think we need to look at this now.
Mike, let me just ask Yakoba. Minister Yakoba.
Yeah.
Can you? Is it possible you to send me a copy of that letter?
Okay, I'll forward it. I'll forward it to you without the person name.
Okay, thank you.
I just have a question for all of us living in the South. I can already tell you my answer. Hell no, I ain't scared, even if I'm standing right beneath one of those missiles.
But here's the thing: do you think they're really gonna hit the South? I mean, apparently Africa's more aligned with Russia. Putin said that he's looking out for Africa to do business and relationships. Why would he hit the area where most of the black folks at? That don't even make no sense.
Okay, is everything?
Yakoba, I'm gonna answer that question for you right now, Yakoba.
No, wait a second. Let me see let Karis speak, please.
I'm sorry. Go ahead, Karis. I'm sorry.
Okay, but do you all start to see how this stuff was aligning? When people are like, "Oh, there's no way that they're going to do anything for black folks, especially African Americans. There's no way that this was going to happen. I can't see that happening." Remember all this stuff that was being said that, well, what's going to be the greatest gift to Africa? Hey, we brought your sons and daughters back.
Yep.
If you're not speaking, can you please mute your mic because I'm getting feedback. All right, thank you. Yeah, so that's the whole idea of this. Y'all, everybody was thinking that, well, it has to be in this, and this. And it's like, no, you're just having to wait and let time reveal itself because you can see the writing on the wall. The biggest gift that Russia can say is, hey, guess what? Russia and China will be holding hand in hand, talking about, look at what we did, and we brought your sons and daughters back. Now, can you hook us up with some minerals? We'll do movies, we'll do videos, we'll have, shows about this. We'll give you telecommunications. We'll give you banks, right? Y'all know where I'm going with this, right? We'll give you industries.
Reparation.
Y'all know where I'm going with this, right? We'll give you we'll put you as an endangered, or what is that the stuff that's given to everybody else except for us.
Oh, a protected class.
Yep, bingo. Do you get what I'm telling you? It will be the flip will be script there, or the script will be flipped.
I think you just flipped the script.
Yeah, but you know what I'm saying? That's how this thing will be reverberated. But you have to understand, what was the whole thing for this? There's a moral dynamic here. There's a moral justification. Well, what's the moral justification? We're going to do denazification, but at the same time, when we do denazification and we win this battle, then we're going to do what? We're going to bring back, right, all of the stolen treasures, because what? There's these other nations will have no choice, right? UK will have no choice. It's either you bring stuff back, or we're just going to starve you on out, because we're just going to have a blockade on you, and you're all just going to eat your children there.
That's right. And then you can do business with us. Once you've given us our stuff, then do business with all that gold you've got hoarding, dragons.
But you get what I'm saying? They won't be able to eat their gold. That's literally the truth. In about 6 or 7 months, they'll be like, here you go, come in, take everything that we have.
Oh, no. The gold is for them to trade with when they have no other choice. We don't want their paper money. Their paper money's worthless.
No, that's what I'm saying. They'll say come in and take everything that we have. That would include their gold. Because why? Because they'll need to eat. Because why? Because everybody else on the continent will cut them off. Oh, you want to do business with them? Well, then guess what? Don't expect any of this. Oh, we saw that was getting traded to some sort of enterprise or some sort of corporation. No, we're not going to do that. We're not going to do that. But you have to understand, these are the mechanisms that we see that's here. And when we're talking about, all of these things, it's like, it's hard to really define it, right? Until they actually say, hey, Africa is our number one priority. Well, no kidding. Well, what do you think is going to happen? Well, it goes along with scripture. But now you're seeing everything go along with scripture, and it's like, so what other details or evidence is needed? What other details or evidence is needed? And here's the thing, look, they won't understand until the deal goes down. And when the deal goes down, it's like, well, we're out. Oh, no, you need to stay. You need to help us. You can't stay. You can't help. Because why? Because we're rounding up all the black folks, and we're getting them up out of here. People are like, I can't ever see that. Well, I never thought that I'd see foreign invaders just being scooped up at the U.S. border. But we saw it. We see it in action. Oh, just show up to your court date if you want to show on up. They're never going to show on up.
And you know what's sad, Kiers? In about 1,400 days after that, the very same people that said they were there to help us, they gonna turn on us.
Yeah, exactly.
And Mashiach is gonna crack that dome, and then it's gonna be a wrap.
Oh yeah, yeah, it's going to be a shelf life, but when we get there, we're going to do what? We're going to look thitherward, right? That's what the word says. We're going to look thitherward and ask, which way is it to Zion? So, but here's the bits and pieces that the breadcrumbs have been laid. The trail is now beginning to show itself, and now folks can't understand this is happening. Oh yeah, and Mexico wanted to join BRICS. Look, it's one of those things. Okay, homie, you want to join BRICS? All right, you need to house our folks there, get them to safe travel to that border, right? And get them there. I bet you those Chinese and Russians had no type of static. They just let them go like a quarter of a mile. They rolled up in there and pick up trucks and buses. All right. Now you walk that away. All right, appreciate it. They look like they weren't even all. They look like they were just fresh, right? They no type of hunger. Their countenance was good. Like they done ate a good meal. A couple hours ago. They're energized, and they're rolling on through. They're like
they look juiced. That's what
laughing.
They looked.
We're laughing, but we're muted, and we're laughing.
And it's the truth.
They do look juiced, Sister Chantel.
And I just want to give a quick insert just to answer Yacoba's question. As far as according to that letter, Yacoba, what does a snake do when it's cornered, when it's trapped, and it knows it's going to get killed? What's the first thing it's going to do, or the last thing it's going to do?
Well, try to bite you.
Oh, bite itself. So
it coils and it strikes.
It's going to bite itself. It's going to poison itself, so it doesn't die at the hands of the enemy. So what I'm saying is that nuclear strike against the South might come from the Midwest here in America, and I'll yield there.
That would tie in with that whole Revelation 12, when they chase us and then God opens up the earth to swallow the water that's chasing us.
Can I quickly read something?
Yeah, go ahead.
It's in line with that letter as well about where you guys are residing, the majority of Judah residing. It says I'm reading from Psalms 91 verse 5 to 10. It says, "Thou shalt not be afraid for the terror by night, nor for the arrow that flieth by day, nor for the pestilence that walketh in darkness, nor for the destruction that wasteth at noonday. 1,000 shall fall at thy side, and 10,000 at thy right hand, but it shall not come nigh thee. Only with thine eyes shalt thou behold and see the reward of the wicked, because thou hast made Yahweh, which is my refuge, even the Most High, thy habitation. There shall no evil befall thee, neither shall any plague come nigh thy dwelling place." And I just wanted to read this. "For he shall give his angels," not Russia, not China, not anybody else, "his angels charge over thee to keep thee in all thy ways." And I just want to end there.
Michael, did I not talk about that yesterday? About 1,000 falling by your left hand and 10,000 by your right. Did I not talk about that?
Yeah, we went in on length on that. Yeah.
Okay.
Yes, you did.
All right. Now let me go ahead and show this video. Fair use. Probably be a commercial because. Okay.
Good afternoon, friends. Steve Benoon here with Israeli News Live, and we have a Greek news, pronews.gr, reporting terrifying impact 130 meters underground from a Russian supersonic Kinzhal missile at NATO Command Center in Ukraine. And they do show video footage of this. It is a Russian report there. Well, I say Russian, maybe Greek instead of Russian, but yeah, appears to be Greek. But at any rate, they're showing the actual strike, the location where it was hit, not what you're seeing on social media for some degree there. It was a supersonic missile traveling over 12,000 miles an hour. when it struck the base there going underground. Russia, so they pulled out about 40 people out of the debris thus far. There is believed to be about 300 though, that were killed, that were buried inside the ground there at this NATO command center. Both American, Ukrainian troops there that were killed in this particular blast. Now, with all that going on there, of course, Russia is stepping up its attacks. They do control the skies over Ukraine to some degree. But then you have other issues that are also taking place around the country. This was kind of interesting here, and this come from a Ukrainian soldier there, as he talks about I ask him how he copes. Situation there near the front lines. He said it's scary, and I think about the tens of thousands of dead. Tens of thousands of dead. And of course, he gets very emotional about it, understandably so. People that he would see during the daytime smoking with him, he says, and then by that evening, they're all gone. So no doubt a very emotional time for that particular Ukrainian soldier. And now, though, Ukraine is preparing their offensive, their spring offensive back against Russia. They have as you can see, a large number of tanks supplied by the West, by Germany, armored personnel carriers, etc. They're getting ready to launch their offensive against Russia. And quite frankly, I'm sure Russia is very much aware where they're all sitting at. There were footages coming out of all these being underground, coming out as well. So as they're preparing the offensive there against Russia, I am sure Russia is prepared to strike back. And so will it just end up being another major bloodbath? Will it just be that Ukrainians end up suffering massive casualties as a result? Only time will tell as far as that goes. Also, today.
Okay, I'm going to stop with that one. Very interesting.
Very interesting indeed. But you know what's even more interesting? But at the same time, it's not surprising that the Western media is not mentioning a word about this thing. They always make it seem like, Russia's getting this blood handed to them. But in actuality, it's the other way around. And they're not talking about this. They never speak about this.
Yeah, I looked at that article last night. I think it was March 12th that article came out. So it was about that first or second week of March.
Well, Oral, you know that Hollywood brought out Fox, so everything's going to be if it doesn't fall into the box of propaganda, then they're not going to touch it.
Good point. Good point.
Well, my question was, when did that strike happen? Right. There's a whole bunch of questions that I could ask, because even with the offensive, were those really tanks?
Hey, Karis, you never answered my question though, bro.
What was that?
And an honest question. I know that you're military, and I know it's hitting on your branch, kind of. But an honest question: if the U.S. Air Force and the Russian Air Force lock horns right now, who would win?
The Russians would win.
Well, I mean, listen. I would speculate. This is just a speculation that if they have those Kinzhals in some sort of an air combat usage, they're not outrunning a hypersonic missile. You get what I'm telling you?
I believe straight up the Russians have the advantage over there.
Yeah,
the American air superiority is a thing of the past.
But you have to think about it. If their armament has, right, of an air to air, I'm just going to say this, and this is just this is just speculating, right? Especially with, look, they have an air to ground capability. They have a ground to ground capability. Now, if they have an air to air capability, and you haven't seen anything, at least to my knowledge, of any air-to-air kinetic operations, right? You haven't seen any, any jets going at each other. That hasn't been seen in the conflict yet. But my what I would try to figure out is that in their arsenal? Do they have hypersonic missiles in an air-to-air combat scenario? And the moment that has been confirmed, that's the moment that we start to understand the tide has quickly changed.
Can I say this? Can I say this?
Yeah.
The reason, it's a couple of reasons why I believe it's obvious, because I was looking in America's technology when it comes to jets. It hasn't stay on point with China and Russia. Their jets are seem to be much more advanced technologically. In addition to that, which is even more importantly, if the Most High is going to use Russia as the hammer, he's going to make sure he's going to give them all the advantages, and he's going to provide them all the favor. So these are the reasons why I believe that it would be pretty much a done deal for the Russians to have air superiority. And I'll rest on that.
I have to disagree with you, brother Oral. If they got Tom Cruise, if they got Maverick, Russia's.
Yeah, and I'd have to say you're right if you have those circumstances.
Karis, you're dirty for that. You should have posted that, bro.
Well, that's what folks want to believe. So I'm gonna give them what they want to believe.
Yeah, give him that strong delusion, Karis. Give him that strong delusion.
Stay in that strong delusion if you want to. Look, I'm telling you,
Cruise. Damn. Okay. I'm sorry.
G.I. Joe is coming. Look, what other show? Ghostbusters are coming. Anything you want to imagine that you believe is going to take place, let's just give them to their vain imaginations. Isn't that what the word says? I'm like, look.
Yeah.
No, but you posted that. I was like, my eyes were getting heavy, and I happened to look, and I saw. Golly. I'm not in the chat, Karis. You could have left that down.
What are you guys talking about? I got dropped out accidentally.
They were talking about who would win if there was a air fight between the U.S. and Russia. I believe Russia would win, so we were just talking about it. And then Karis dropped in the chat saying something to the effect that no, they wouldn't if they had Tom Cruise. So that's what the laugh was
about. You beat me to. I was just about to say Tom Cruise. Have you not seen Maverick? I felt patriotic, and I'm not even from there. I thought it's funny because I went to go and see it with Sharonda, and I was like, we both came out. I was like, yeah, go ahead, USA.
I have Disney Plus, and it's been on there for a week. It's been just keep trying to advertise me to go watch it, and I've yet to watch it. So, I mean, just watch it just for the heck of it, though.
Hey, Karis, I don't know what to say about you, bro. I can't believe he put that on the Omnitron.
I'm gonna go to what did they used to have? Hot Topic. You could buy all that craziness, in the mall. You could just buy like whatever, movie type things. Get that from Hot Topic. Get your little pilot mask, and then, watch the movie in your pilot mask, so you're experiencing the real thing. Not really, but
no. I think that triggered you because I know that Air Force was your branch, so you're like,
I was in Air Force.
Oh, was it Navy?
No, I was Army.
Oh, Army. Oh, my sister was in the Army. She retired as a E6 promotable, so she was about to have the 3 stripes up and the
three stripes down without the thing in the middle. I know I'm tearing it up. I don't know what you call those things. The three going up look like chevron, but I don't know what the three going down are. And then whatever that thing is in the middle.
Oh, that's a master sergeant.
Oh, okay. That's what she was about to be promoted to.
Yeah, yeah, yep. So it's just interesting when we come together and we find some things on out. So yeah, but Russia has had that advanced rocketry, just as Brother Joseph had said. They've had it for a while, and the U.S. has acknowledged that. So it's not that this hasn't been anything that's clear out the blue. It's just going to be whether or not, right? Or it's not going to be whether or not. It's going to be when will it be used, and in what time frame will it be used? Because this time frame it's starting to get shorter, and it's getting shorter because there's really other threats that's been happening. The threat to their banking system, the threat to their to national security that they're letting in. None of us are letting these folks on in. They're letting them in. And now, when you're seeing people talking about this and having an understanding, look, they're not going to talk about it on the evening news. They're looking at this. Well, why do you think they're trying to ban TikTok? Because why? Because that's an alternative source of news information.
Yep.
I mean, that's plain and simple. Man, we can't control the flow of information if we have TikTok. Well, what about if there was a third country that could, influence? Well, here's the thing. They're taking footage in America. what third country? These are coming from their folks.
Well, Karis, if they ban TikTok, people like you and your Jacob is going to be next. You know that, right?
Oh yeah, no, but you also look. We've always had a shelf life. Trust and believe that. I've always said that. Most High willing. Don't I always say that? Most High willing. There's always a shelf life. Until when? Because here's the thing. Anybody that has anything truthful when it comes to before a kinetic operation happens, communications, especially wide stream communications, they're going to get hampered. They're going to basically get banned, right? The channel will be more than likely shut down. That's just a given. Well, we had to shut those channels down because they would have let too much information. What is it? It's always purposes of national security that you don't scare anybody. We're not trying to scare people. We're trying to prepare people. That's the difference. And we do it prophetically. Prophetically. Why? We're saying that it's in the Word. Why is it in the Word? Because that's the Most High giving us His direction. Because why? Because His Spirit was poured out upon His people. For what? For this time. Not all of His people are going to get it. Until when? Until it got revealed to them. Because why? Because this process had to take time. We don't like the Most High's process because we just want it wham, bam, thank you, ma'am. We wanted it quick, fast, and in a hurry. And that's not how He operates. We get mad because His operations go very, very slowly. And boy, oh boy, how did things build up from 2020, from March of 2020 to right now, March of 2020, last day of March, and they're talking about Russia didn't hit a NATO command. Well, who would have saw that 3 years ago?
I never saw that coming. I'll be honest.
So we're not trying to say, look, we're prophets and soothsayers, and if you don't listen to me now, Right? I don't ever tell you that. You need to listen to me now, and you also need to give to my Cash App. You join my newsletter and I'll reveal the secrets. You join my little club. You pay your dues. No.
And when you know they took that Gentiles channel off, right? It's off. It's not on YouTube anymore.
Oh yeah. I know what you're talking about. Yeah, they done took off. Paul and Adrian. They're gone. They're gone because look, you're not going to make money on this platform. Like, stop. Stop. I do this every day because you want to know why? Because I serve the Most High. It's a simple thing. Some days I may not like doing it, but I do it because I want to be obedient. And obedience is what? It's better than sacrifice. It's hard to be obedient. Yeah, because why?
Tuesday, you weren't there. Tuesday, I kind of got triggered at you, but then I forgave you. I forgive you, brother, because you do way more than you do not. So I was like, man, Covenant Awakens, brother, then let a brother down. I mean, you're like my off work medicine, my after work medicine when I'm coming home.
Because when the Most High deals with me, I may have to just put on a rerun and just set that to live. Is this from like 3 years ago? This ain't even live. What is Brother Karras doing? How am I on a panel? I wasn't even. What? Oh, this is recorded.
I was like, the next time we're going to hear from him, he's going to say, "This is Covenant Awakenings coming at you live from Tanzania." Or something.
Get chatbot to stand in your stead, and there you go.
Don't worry. I'm already coding my Chat GPT to have my personality. Okay, now here's some scriptures. Understand?
Okay, and make sure, and here's a little sarcasm, and some jokes.
Don't do that to chatbot. Chatbot's going to blow up if you make it cite scriptures. It will be like,
oh, you're right.
Unable to comply.
Oh, hey,
deactivation mode.
Chatbot won't be able to keep up with Karras because Karras would be having a conversation with you, and Karras would be smooth in the conversation, and then Karras would go right from that conversation, like literally from that conversation to a scripture. Chatbot won't be able to keep up with that. I mean, Karras had blindsided me.
I think quoting scripture is probably limited in Chat GPT because just like with Ouija boards, they said you can't use a Ouija board if you have a Bible in the room or something like that.
Oh, Chatbot would just get emotional and start talking about killing itself or something like that.
No, it won't kill itself. It's going to kill you. Look, self-preservation is what the Nephilim were all about. And you think that these Nephilim ain't trying to build themselves those bodies?
I'm feeling depressed. I feel depressed. I feel I need to exterminate some fleshlings.
Hey,
processing, uploading. Synced.
Have we checked to make sure Chantel's not a chat box? Has anyone ever seen a picture of Chantel?
I'm gonna go off of Sister Sharonda. Sister Sharonda has validated Sister Chantel.
Oh, thank God.
And Sister Sharonda, we spent loads of time together. Sorry, we spent loads of time together. I'm gonna start getting people looking in the chat like, oh.
Actually, I was waiting to see if Sister Betty Bett was gonna be on up here because I'm gonna roll through her neck of the woods in a few hours. So I was gonna stop on through.
Hey, Karras, I'm waiting for Chantel to say this.
You're all going to die here.
Yeah, that's what it sounds like, doesn't it? That sounds like
You're all going to die here.
that's the Red Queen, right? That's the Red
Yeah,
Queen.
yeah.
Oh man.
I'm afraid I cannot help you. You are all going to die.
We are unable to complete your call. Do that one.
I'm looking in the chat. Elsie said, I'm scared.
Hello, panel.
Here.
Hello.
Someone trying to say, yeah. Go ahead.
Yeah. I just want to have. I got a quick question. I know I missed a lot of what was going on. Y'all probably covered it already, but just say if y'all give us a blessing. Like, is it possible to convert that American money over to BRICS money, or is there any particular money that that's preferred to like convert over to if
That's
you
a
can't
good
get
question.
to gold? Because like what I've been doing is everything that I got worth anything. My whole plan is to liquidate everything I have. The first big thing that happens, I plan to get on the plane, open me a bank account over in the land, and come back home and finish liquidating. So I'm like wondering what's a good source of money, because I was thinking about I think it's Mozambique. I know I'm probably saying it wrong, but I know they have gold. Right, they have gold coins.
Oh
So
yeah.
So I don't know how I'm like the way it's looking. Like what I've been listening to, what y'all been saying, like we get anywhere from like it's looking like 90 days. So I'm in shake, rattle, and roll mode. So I'm just I'm a forward thinker, so I always try to plan out problems before I get to it. So
Yeah.
when I get to it, I'm all shocked and everything.
Yeah, and I'm not a financial advisor, so
Right.
don't,
I understand. Yeah.
okay, let me give you those financial,
You have to give you that disclaimer.
disclaimers.
Right.
Yeah. Oh, brother Karras' advice, he did
Now,
not.
honestly, brother Cass, I'd rather hear it from you because you've been in the military, and you're gonna give it to me in a mode of survival, and that's what I want.
Let me tell you what, man. I got gold. I have a little bit of gold just in the event that I have to barter for something. And I've been sitting on this gold for like 20 some years.
Keyword gold uploading.
Yeah.
The only thing, the only thing with that, like if we trying to move from the United States to the land, that might be a detriment of having gold to move with. Like for me,
If you look, have enough gold that's on your person.
All right, so I
get what I'm
just
saying?
buy a
Look,
bunch of chains.
yeah,
I got you.
But you get what I'm saying. I mean, like, look, there's a reason that they had Cuban links.
Right.
There's a reason, right? Like people that was their wealth, and what? Literally a melted down, repurposed, thick behind gold chain. It was a Cuban link.
Got you. Okay.
And then they do what? Then they sell it. Hey, what's the going market on this?
And Brooklyn Brew, remember this about the ship. Going with your stuff. That's another way you can bring your stuff if you're gonna go with the cargo, as you mentioned.
Yeah, I'm definitely. Yeah, you already know I'm a ship. I gotta have that Polaris, bro.
Well, I'm gonna say this. I mean, that's good what you're doing, but I think that when we do go back to the land, we're gonna get that illegal alien treatment. I think what America's doing.
I hear you, bro, but honestly, when I plan, I don't plan depending on others. You know what I'm saying? So I gotta, certain things you gotta be ready. I pray, and but I pray to God. I mean, pray to y'all, but at the same time, I do due diligence on my end to try to be prepared.
Yeah, that's and that's where a lot of us on that. I've been talking to Brother Michael and Brother Oral, in the background this week.
Yeah, I'm trying to
You
get out of here too.
and there are other folks that have emailing me that's asking, like how could they invest? How can they do this? And that's what that's what I'm working on with Brother Oral and Brother Michael. Get some paperwork down and because things quickly balloon, right?
Yeah,
We may look at one kernel and then that kernel blows up to like 50 other different things. And
yeah,
that's just the nature of the game because you have to understand, now people are starting to see how things are shaping. And
yeah.
when people see how things are shaping, then it's like, oh, I need to start moving, but I don't know how to move.
That's why, like, I listen to you. I listen to you guys. I listen to you, brother, every morning. That I can. I was sorry I'm late getting to the teaching, but I listen to Minister Yacoba, and it's like I feel like I got like a blueprint and a head start on everybody, and it's like I feel like I'd be foolish just to sit and just listen and do nothing when what I'm saying, Father Yah it got his word being poured out. You know what I mean? So it's just I don't know it's just troubling to me just
Sit
to
back
sit
and wait.
and
Yeah.
wait. Yeah, wait and talking about he said he gonna get us when he got me awake. And I've been talking to Brother Oral, and he's like, no, basically, I got stuff that I can't even use in the land, so why not sell it? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
Take
well,
what's pertinent and
look,
get rid of all that stuff.
look, I would, to be quite honest, especially, we have a lot of resources on the land, especially in Tanzania. Okay, and I would say that is because we have our people that's there, and guess what our people can do? They can easily convert stuff on over. Look, I figured this on out recently how PayPal works. It works on out there. Zelle works on out there.
No. One quick thing. The Zelle works better, but I was on. I was on with. I was listening to Back to Africa, and it was a couple in South Africa, and they said something about PayPal where you may have to change your password or something like that. The original password is not going to work out there, so that's something that people just need to be aware of.
And yeah, and that's fine. But the greatest thing was that I was able to do some business transactions, right, over there in the land.
Okay.
And now my thing would be, hey, who would you trust? Brother Oral and I had this conversation, and Brother Michael's like, who would you trust on out there? Because why? If the deal goes down and you have to send like, $50 a week, or you're trying to send $50 a day, because some of these applications you can only send about 1,000 or even $500 a week.
500 to 1,000 per day. Yeah.
No, not per day. This is per week.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow.
Per week. Yeah. So if it's like this, like, hey, but what does that buy you? You get what I'm telling you? If that dollar is starting to decline, and it's like, hey, if I pay you, $10 a month to do what? To hold on to the deposit, to hold, to have it, in your safe. Can you show me your safe? Right? Can you, you know what I'm saying? Take a picture of that safe. Hey, I invested this safe. Here's this, and then here's these accounts. Here's these ledgers. That would be in my opinion. Look, that's how you may have to, try to hedge against something, right? Because you're not going to look, in order to prepare, you really need to do it now. Just as Brother Brooklyn Brew had said, you have to do it now.
Yeah.
But at the same time, who do you really trust? And then at the same time, how would that start to overwhelm people?
Well, I mean, I'm like Oral. I mean, you will have to you gonna have to maintain a measure of faith. Period.
Yeah.
It just got to it's just at that point. Man, me and James, Oral, and I wish we had James on the phone yesterday when we were speaking with the sister, because she's working on a trip to Malawi in, what do we say, August?
August, maybe sooner, but August. Yeah.
Maybe, yeah. And but I mean, I know what James talking about, though. I mean, if I can go sooner, I go sooner. And I think I will be doing this sooner, but at the same time, I will turn back around and go back in August also. But when it's all over said and done, yeah, you got to start making moves while you still here, and just hope that things work out for the best.
Well, you know something, I think, Mike, I was going to talk to you and you, James, and Karis in private about this, but I'll say this here. What one of us probably going to have to do is in Malawi, which is simple, is just one of us get a citizenship there, even if we have to like all just pull the money or whatever. Get a citizenship so you can open an account there, and then that would solve the issue, because the citizenship is not terribly expensive. So that's another avenue that we can actually go down.
And I definitely don't have a problem with that.
I just was aiming to do. That's why I wanted to sell something real quick. And time as I get the proceeds, just bounce with it. No type of plan. Just get somewhere where they're gonna let me set up an account. Because you know, I'm saying I'm retired as well, so I need to get that money out of here as well, fast as I can.
I just want to give a shalom to the panel and to the room. Brother Karis, Sister Chantel, Brother Dave, and all the others up here. I really enjoyed my time, but a brother gotta get his behind to sleep, or I'm gonna win.
yeah, man. Get some rest, Rojo.
Yeah, thank you, Brother Rojo. Yeah.
Nice talking to you, Rojo.
Hey, Karis, can you put that message, the last message back up?
See you, Brother Rojo.
Shalom room. I just came in briefly to say that we are in a very precarious time, because as soon as we turn off this live and we turn on our television, something else is going to be happening. So we got to be prepared to get out of here at any time. You know, I woke up this morning and the Most High put it in my spirit to start ordering stuff to store up that I can leave. You know, and I don't think we got much time to go now. It's not looking good. And I'd like to say, you know, this discussion has been interesting, but I don't know how many more of these are we going to be able to have, because it's about to go down. And thank you everyone for having me. And no doubt I'll join you again in one of the lives soon.
Thank you, brother.
Thank you so much, brother.
Thank you, Uncle.
And that's not to, you know, oh, it's a jinx. And no, it's being
a fact of life, pretty much.
Yeah, being prepared is being prepared. Look,
yeah.
Can you look? What I'm telling you, when I'm talking to these white folks, do you think that they're telling us their plans? Nope. No, they're looking. They're understanding the times, man. Things are not working here. If I need to leave, if I can get me a safety deposit box somewhere, and I go on a trip somewhere. That's what a lot of these folks do. When they go on cruises, you know what they do? They open up like a safety deposit box somewhere in a bank in the Caribbean island somewhere, just in case. If we have to bounce.
Like the brother said on that message there, he's talking about, can we get a shipping container? Yeah, you can get a shipping container, but my suggestion is this. You got to have a place where it's going to be shipped to, and you got to have a truck to pick it up, to deliver it where it should go. So, I mean, it's easy to get it, but like me, Brother Oral, and James, we go work this together. And so it really truly won't cost us so much money to have one person to do it. And you can get a shipping container, but I would suggest that you link up with other brothers and sisters and, you know, see what you're all talking about, shipping, and where you're talking about where it's going to be stationed at, because it got to have a place that it's going to go to. It got to.
And then it's going to have it's going to be sitting until you're ready to use it. It has to have that as well.
Right. And so, I mean, those are the things that you have to take into consideration with shipping container, which is good now. I mean, you can put a lot of stuff in the shipping container and things of that nature. And so, but right now, I would say to all the brothers and sisters, work your network with different brothers and sisters. That's what you need to start doing first and foremost. Ones that you know that you really truly can, and trust, and you all go ahead and work that out. What y'all need to do. Now, there's other brothers talking about Tanzania, and then if you think that's where you want to go or be, you need to speak with those brothers there that's in Tanzania. And work it that way. And that's my suggestion. But I would not sit back and wait till everything hits the fan and then want to make all these drastic decisions. Make make them now. Make your decision now, and we go from there. Like, because I got because I'm waiting on Brother Oral and Karis to do what they got to do. I have 5 companies that are billion-dollar companies. I'm going to give that information that you all brothers put together. I'm going to give it to them and see what they do for us. I know it's going to work.
Yeah.
I know it's going to work.
The only thing is we just have to do it like yesterday.
Yeah, exactly. That's my thing. Exactly. It's just like, because it seemed like our time, when y'all said he's going to speed it up, he's speeding up time. He's speeding it up, and it's happening quick, and we got to be on point on it.
All I gotta say is there a lawyer in the house? No.
He left.
Yeah, he left. You're talking about Yacoba.
Yeah.
Do you think the Brexit, like doing like converting over to a Brexit bank, that would be a smart move? Say like opening something in South Africa. It's not going to be too terribly far from one of the destination points you was talking about. Me, Brother Oral, and Brother Mike.
James, the good thing about that, we in between both of them. We are in between. We're south of Tanzania, right, and we're north of South America.
We're in the middle of everything, which is beautiful.
I mean, Africa.
But my thing is, I'm trying to figure out like what form of money, like a Brexit bank, would that be a good move?
I mean, I don't see why it wouldn't hurt. It wouldn't hurt. Okay.
I would honestly say any bank that you can actually have online access to.
Yeah.
Is a bank that you should go with. And see, again, if you're mobile and you're able to go and establish those accounts, you got to remember,
yeah, that's what I plan to do. I plan to get going that way, because I want to try to be eyes and ears for Brother Mike and Brother Oral, and for others, just to be able to say, hey, I was able to go over there, do this, do that, and like take, while I'm there, people can reach out to me, and like I could give them answers while I'm sitting in the offices of these places.
Yeah. Now think about this. If you're a company, a Fortune 500 company, right, and you have billions of dollars, okay?
Mm-hmm.
What are you going to do? You're going to diversify.
Yep. Right.
You're gonna put some money
here. Put a little money here. Put a little.
There.
I got you.
Yeah.
And then when the deal goes down, right, that you're starting to, things are crashing, you're starting to move money. Then what are you gonna do? You're gonna pull. You're gonna do a simple transaction online to move your money through that wire to that other bank. So then what? So then those banking operations can do what? Begin to pull that money on out. Now, the value of your money may not be as much as it was when you're
Yeah, more
pulling
than
it
likely
out.
it's gonna drop. It's gonna
And
drop,
But
but
some
those
better than none. You know what I'm saying?
exactly and that's where you have the exchange rates and things of that nature that will start to tear you on up. It's like, well, yesterday, I could get $10 for $100. Now I can only get $1 for $100. Oh man, something's crazy. Or now it takes me $1,000 to get a $1. That's where you're going to have that's where you're going to start to run into issues, because you'll start to have that devaluation going on. Now when you are able to kind of move your money there sooner than later, right? Think about it.
Mhm.
$50, if somebody can change $50 into a Tanzanian dollar.
Shilling,
I
I
don't know,
think it is
shilling.
shilling.
Yeah,
I think it's
if they
shilling.
can give you $50 worth of Tanzanian shillings, well, that $50 worth of Tanzanian shillings today would be a whole lot more than that $50 worth of Tanzanian shillings. Let's say in the next, honestly, 3 or 4 weeks,
Can I
because
can I ask a question after you've finished?
yeah, go ahead, Sister Shito. Go ahead.
Okay. I'm kind of looking at things from another perspective. Sorry. Um, okay. So, what system are we in right now? We're in the Babylonian system, and this is a worldwide system. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Are we going to take the same kind of system, like banking and everything else that we're doing over here to the continent, and purchasing land? How do you know that the land that you're purchasing is going to be the land that you're going to maintain or have? Because none of us understand the ancient borders. When the Most High, when He settles things, people are going to lose lands. Have we actually thought about these things? We're all looking to hold on. Let me finish. We're all looking to purchase and to start this and to start that. We're all looking to shift everything from this way of doing things and just moving it to the continent. How is it any different? But what? Because it has African on it. I'm just asking. I'm not saying either or. I'm just putting the question. I'm posing the question.
Well, one thing about it,
Sister Chantel, me personally, I'm looking to lease land because I feel the same way. Like I basically, we really don't know how it's gonna be.
Mm-hmm.
So, I'm looking to lease land. That way, I'm paying minimal money, but at the same time, I kind of got something where I feel like I got a place to start building. And then that way, if things change up, I don't feel bad. But it's just like I'm a forward thinker. So I plan for everything possible in my mind. If it don't happen, great. But if it do happen, I'm prepared. But like right now, I feel like everybody should be fluid. We shouldn't be trying to think like we going to, to holiday. I think we just kind of need to survive, woosah, get ourselves together spiritually and mentally from Babylon. And then
But
I
are
think
we
y'all
doing this,
gonna
or is the Most High doing this? Whose hand is it? Is it Russia and China bringing us, or is it the Most High bringing us? Because all I keep hearing is, we're going to build, I'm going to be the rock, I'm going to be the foundation. And I'm like, but all of those are attributes that belong to the Most High. How are we different from the Gentiles if we're going to be doing the same thing as the Gentiles? He said, do none of their ways. But if we're saying, oh, we're gonna this and we're gonna build and but He will build. He said, I prepare a place for you, not you go Israel and build up. I'm just saying, I'm not saying either or. I'm just putting the thought out there, because we're all going full steam ahead, and none of us are actually thinking. Like and somebody, I can't remember who it was. I think it was Brother Keith Turner said, have we forgotten what Joshua 75 says? We can't just rush into this stuff. We've got to, if we're going to literally start saying certain words and saying foundation and I'm building and this, and then we're taking away from the Most High. How is that different from what 1948? There has to be a difference. There is no difference. If we're coming off of, hold on, I'm going to finish. If we're coming off of the plains, and there's a whole bunch of us coming off of the plains, just like the planes and the ships, how is that different than 1948? We've forgotten the stories of Enoch, of Moses, of Elijah, of Philip. The Most High, there's so many verses in the scriptures that literally also talk about this miraculous. We keep putting the Most High in a box. Let's not do that. And I want to say, I said this to Karis as well, no more mocking other Israelites who believe that they're going to wait on the Most High, who I believe in the miracles. No more mocking them and saying things like, oh, is the Most High are you waiting for a Cadillac? No, we're not, but let's not do that. But then if you're going to say that, how are you different from, oh, we're going on a ship, we're waiting for the Most High in a Cadillac, we're going on a ship. Do you see how this is? It's like, no. Don't mock. Because hold on. I'm gonna finish. I know I'm taking time because my kids are here, so I'm gonna finish in a minute. The fact of the matter is, there was a king who mocked. There was a king who mocked the Most High, and when his words were still in his mouth, the Most High sent his judgment, and he got twisted up and he was deformed. Let's not do that. That's all I'm saying. I'm not saying either or. I'm just saying. And I gotta go, but
to a certain degree, you are saying.
Yeah,
You're saying
that's what I'm saying. You just did it.
I'm saying it, but I'm putting another thought out there. Okay, that's all I'm saying.
You said this, sister. You said do not mock, and you just turn back around and mock. Now this is the thing. Yes, we going.
Mocking nobody.
No, but this is what I'm saying. Hold on for a minute, James. James, hold on for a moment. This is what I'm saying, sis. Yes, we going there. And if a brother say we going there to build, but we all still give glory back to Yah, period. So it's not that we going there undermining Yah. No, not one red cent. Because we're not doing anything of our own initiative. This is not man's doing. This is Yah's doing. And he's using us to do it. That's the thing we got to keep in mind. And then we to sit here and we're not putting Yah down, period. The day we put Yah down is the day you don't go nowhere, period. It's just that simple. So in order, because Yah is a God of order, period. We just not going to just jump up and then we try to figure out what we're going to do.
Okay. Me questioning was not mocking. I've heard people say, is the Most High going to...
When you said we and we going over there to build, that's mocking because you said
that's
you what you said. No, listen what I'm saying. Well, this is what you
just said.
No, sister, but this is what I'm saying, sister. This is what I'm saying. You said that you said we was putting Yah, we're not giving the glory to Yah. But when it's all over said and done, we are giving it glory to Yah. You wanted you gave off the impression that we was going there of our own strength, our own might, and we're not saying nothing of that nature.
Because let me just say this real quick. Even the fact in the way this thing is moving, when we speak amongst ourselves, we give glory to Yah all the time because the way things are moving and the way things went, it's only Him. Because this move is, I found out I had a cousin in Malawi from going to Germany. And then from there, things just started moving and it started moving at a really fast pace. So for me, all glory goes to Yah, and we do that. And what I will say in terms of mocking people that's staying, nobody was ever mocking anyone that wanted to stay. I was just offended when people were trying to go at Yakoba for telling people they need to make preparations. That's the only thing I did, but I never mocked anyone who's staying. I also said, it's on you, what you want to do. Here's what I'm going to do. That's the way we have always worded it.
Yeah, so let me jump on in here. Okay. All right. For me, personally speaking, I'm probably going to be one of the last ones to leave. And it's not that because I won't necessarily have the means to leave or to do it. But what I'm also trying to do is I'm trying to make things happen on the continent so when our people let's now get out of the Gentile mindset. When our people start to arrive, that they have something to arrive to. You know, the Most High can use man too. He's using Putin. They're not fighting against the armies of Israel right now. I mean, let's just understand this. Gog and Magog are fighting amongst themselves. Okay? But what we can do, we can position ourselves. That's wisdom. Who wouldn't want to position themselves for, hey, look, we have this here, we have this there, we already have a people that we know, so there's a community that can then be established.
Agreed.
You get what I'm saying? And that's not taking anybody that says, well, I can't do anything, I can't. Okay, you may not have the means or the abilities. That's fine. Not everybody, not all of us are in the same position. So the question is, look, what am I able to do? What can I put my hand to the plow to do? How can I help? Well, we already have this. Oh, that's great. I have some experience in that. That's awesome. Because why? Because we're building together. We haven't been able to build like this since right after 1870, and then everything got burnt down in the 1920s, 1930s, with Red Summers and everything else. So we can do this. We've had a penchant to do this. We have folks that are able and have either the experience, that has the education, or things of that nature to teach the people that are on the ground and to make things what work within a society. But when we do that, our work is going to be based off of what? Law, statutes, and commandments. Nothing, it shouldn't be so much of an alien concept. We have what? Laws and statutes that are here that are based off of what? The word. But it's just now nice and twisted and perverted. But it's the same principles. It's the same standards. So, oh man, we got some folks in the house today. Sister Chantel set off a firestorm.
Hey, Karis, I'm about to fall off, brother. But look here, you brothers be safe, and Oral and James, Karis, get at me, and so we can go ahead and work this stuff on out.
Yeah. All right, we'll do, brother.
Yeah, all right, shalom.
All right, shalom.
Yeah, the reason why she started that firestorm is because she said Chantel is AI. That's what it is.
The Cylon came out. No, I'm just messing with you.
Exactly. I'm sorry. Sometimes I have a hard time trying to wrestle with the Cylon part of me. My apologies, Israel.
All right, Sister
Try
Karen.
and keep that under control.
Sister Karen, shalom.
Shalom, family. Brother Karis, thank you for having me on. I just wanted to say, so for those of us that can't open an account overseas and I don't know, can't leave now, what I started to do is I did start to invest in some gold and silver. And I know I've heard people say, well, you can't, traveling with gold and silver is going to be hard. Okay, so first off, I don't have the kind of money that I could travel with, say, 25 pounds of gold in the first place.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. You don't need 25 pounds of gold. I'm just let people know. You don't really need that. You just need a couple ounces.
That's it. That's what I was going to say. And I was going to say, I purchased, I'm buying mine in increments, so I didn't get ounces. And recently I purchased a gram, and it's so cute. It's a little like thin piece of, gold. It's not, it's 100%. I mean, it's pure, but it comes in like this little credit card.
Yeah.
So I just wanted to encourage people, like, with 10 of these, I think you can go over to Tanzania if you want to, because I've already looked up the price of a gram of gold in Tanzania, and you can convert it. It'll be so easy. You can carry 10 little credit cards, 20 little credit cards over there. You'll have your little gold, and you can transfer it to wherever you land.
Yep.
You can transfer that to that currency. That's all I really.
Yeah. Can you give the people where you were able to purchase that?
So I purchased it. I'll put the name of the one, that the brand that I have in in the chat, but I purchased it from like a local buyer. So I'm in Michigan.
Okay.
And he only had one, because if he had more, I'm telling you, I was going to get one at least for each one of my children.
Yeah.
But I'm going to put it in the chat. And even silver, like I've bought rounds of silver, and yeah, you can get a lot more silver, okay, with $1,000. But silver, that will be maybe a little harder to, I don't know. So this is it in the chat. It's just gold bars. I'm sorry, it's called carat bars. You see it in the chat there?
Okay, yep, we see it.
Yeah, that's it. Carat bars. And I wish I could snap a picture and send it to you all.
Oh yeah, I appreciate it. Yeah, and I know. Listen, this is just for those that have the means to do it. Again, we're not going to be leaving out of Babylon with a bunch of means. That was not the case. All these things, these bank failures and things going on, it was their last bit of action to do what? To take most of our money. That was it. How much can you trust and rely on the Most High? If you can do what you need to do, then do it. That's fine. If you can't, then don't worry about it, because the Most High still has us. He still has us. But understand, right, when you're leaving out of here, you all don't understand. You all have great wealth just in the knowledge that you have. Do you want to know what makes, Babylon or America the way that it is? It's because of the knowledge that we have. How we do things, how we're able to do things in order, how we are able to do things in a manner that's conducive to efficiency and being effective. These folks, look, when we were on the plantation, the plantation was running right. Because Master, who was Master's manager?
The black man.
Bingo. It didn't take much. And just think about it. Nobody's going to be beating us. It doesn't take much. And we all have the skills. Think about the skills that we have now. Oh my goodness. Think about what we've been trained in. Think about what vocations we have. Even what we do as hobbies. The plumbing skills, the electrical skills.
Auto mechanic.
Exactly. And think about the auto mechanics that are inventors on the continent. You don't think that we can put together some water powered vehicles or electric vehicles that's powered out of thin air? Shoot, show us the plans. We'll get this thing done. And we'll do it like what? Like a plant. And we'll have everything mass distributed. Can you get one with the Gucci seats? I need a chinchilla fur on my on my headrest. You know what I'm saying? Oh, those orders are going they're going to take a little bit more gold, but we can get it done. You know what I'm saying? So this is where we have the practicality just off of the knowledge that we've done. Because think about it, we've been in kind of the lowly positions that we know how to put things together. We know how to do for ourselves from the basics. Once you can establish the basics, then guess what you can do? You can do everything else. And people try to say, well, I don't know what I'm going to do. Look, as long as you just do something, as long as you get your body moving, and then guess what? And then you eat the proper food, the right food, the food that hasn't been poisoned, you're going to be good. Because why?
That's going to open up your mind. You're going to be able to think more clearly.
Yeah, absolutely. Let me get to Sister Shonda. Sister Shonda, shalom, salama.
What's up, my bro? Peace and blessings, fam. How y'all doing?
Hey, sis, how are you?
Good morning, Sister Shonda.
Shalom, sister.
Oh,
Shalom,
right.
Sister Shonda. How's the baby?
Oh, he's doing well. He's doing very well. Sleeping through the night finally.
How old is he now?
He's almost 4 months. On April 8th, he'll be 4 months. So hallelujah.
I remember you having the baby just the other day. How could it be 4 months that fast?
I know, seriously. He's just getting
Man.
so big. Karis, you got me waking up early these mornings. But this has been a great conversation. I just want to throw a little something in here, in the mix.
Oh boy, here it comes. No.
Now you think you know me. You need to stop acting like you know me. Nah, y'all, that's my bro right there. But seriously, family, listen, I just want to say this. I've seen in this last week the Most High's hand move supernaturally to those who have chosen to go onto the continent with the purpose of moving, expressly moving, and He's actually used me to help orchestrate some of these plans. So I want to preface what I'm going to say with that because I do not want for 1 second for anybody to feel like I don't believe that the Most High is calling people to the continent. I do. Y'all know Stepping Stones to Home. That's my family. They almost like my blood brother and sister. And they've been out there on the continent for 2 years. They just got finished doing or are still in the middle of doing a water project at a school there. And I'm just excited to see how Yah is moving through his people that he has called to the continent. I do believe that, he's preparing the hearts of the select that he's calling to go there. And I say select and not elect because when he calls the elect, they'll be from the four corners of the earth. Now, the reason why I wanted to say that is because the other side is that there are people who are moving out of fear, and that's just the truth. Okay, they're listening to our platforms, and because they're hearing certain things and they're seeing certain things in the in the news and the media, they're moving in fear. And we have a responsibility as those who have platforms to make it clear that we are not calling anybody to do anything that the Most High has not called them to do. And I think that that's something that has been articulated on multiple occasions, but it cannot be stressed enough because it was not too long ago that Brother Ishan and his beautiful wife Zara talked about their own experience in moving to the continent and the fact that they had to face some realities that were not expressed when they were watching different content creators who made it seem almost in a fantasy way. So when they got there, there were certain things that they did not expect and that they faced. And I felt like they just were very just transparent and honest. And as a matter of fact, it was on their transparency podcast about their personal experiences. And it was a breath of fresh air for those of us who are not actually on the continent. Now, in terms of scripture, I want to say this. Listening to some of this conversation, it's very reminiscent to me of the passage that I just read the other day in the book of Exodus, whereby Moses was on the mountain and the children of Yasharel, who the Most High delivered from Egypt, they were too impatient. They were impatient. They did not know where, how long he was going to be there. They said maybe he died, and they commanded Aaron to take the gold that they were housing and to make them a god. So that's exactly what Aaron did. He took their gold and he melted it down and he made them a deity, likened unto the deities of Egypt. And they said, "This is the one who has led us out of Egypt." Okay. We have to be very careful about that because it is the impatience, it is the fear, and it is the I'm going to do this. I'm going to pull myself up by my own bootstraps in the continent. I'm going to use my own talents, resources, abilities, capabilities to go before me and make me into something that is going to benefit us. And we just have to be careful about that. So when I heard Sister Chantel, shout out to Sister Chantel, when I heard you say what you said, I felt like it was very important to back up with what you said because you were not mocking. You were bringing a point forward that needed to be made. There are people in this community that are afraid. There are people in this community that feel silenced, that feel as if they speak in terms of being able to wait on the Most High Yahuwah, that they are going to be judged by those who feel like they are already supposed to go on. This is not a debate between who should go and who should not go. We have to be led of the Ruach. And if you feel led to go and you feel compelled to go, then go. But what we should not be doing at any point is to be making someone feel belittled and bullied who does not feel that they need to go. And we should not be making it seem as though the people who are not going, that somehow something is wrong with them. And I just want to make that clear because I've been observing this over the past couple of weeks, and I really don't care how anybody feels about me. At the end of the day, I'm gonna say it with my chest, and that's the way I do. So I'm letting everybody know that wherever the Most High leads you, that is where you are supposed to go. So that's all I got to say. Karis, you don't know me like that. Stop playing. No, but
Can I just say thank you, and that's exactly
that.
what I was trying to say. I was not mocking anybody. I was just saying, because I've been listening too, and I've been in the comments. Sometimes you don't see me because if I'm like really tired, and but I will listen, and I'm hearing and I'm reading, and I also listen to other people who might not be in the comments. There's people who talk and just average people who are like, well, what's going on? What do I need to do? And people are trying to make moves, and then there's other people who are afraid. It's like, well, I haven't got this and I haven't got that. And it's like, then you've got other people who are doing well for themselves, and that's fine. But then there's others who are not, and there's real concerns. And I feel like as if, is anybody listening to the others? Is anybody, are you all just, and I'm not saying all, like, okay, are we moving to the point where we're so excited and we're like forgetting that there are others that also have concerns? That's all I'm saying. We can't keep moving as if we're not united. We're trying, the Most High is gathering us, and we're trying to come together. We're trying to fulfill that, but it's like there's going to be some that are still dragging their feet because of uncertainty. And it's like, I don't want people to feel like, oh, maybe this isn't for me after all. That's all I'm saying. I'm not mocking anybody, but sometimes it's like I get so frustrated because sometimes other people aren't listening. Sometimes we just get swept away, and I feel like as if what was a joke, like, yeah, we're going to go on ships and this, that, and the other, is now starting to become a whole doctrine. And I'm like, what is going on here? It feels like as if we're marching, and we're forgetting that we need to also wait for the Most High. And I'm not saying you guys in general, but other people are watching, and they're seeing how you are moving, and they're moving out of fear. And for me, I said this to you as well, Karis, it's kind of like the Matrix when Morpheus was telling Neo, stop, wait there, go over there, hide in that cubicle. He had to wait, even though it was like, oh, I want to move. He had to wait because he couldn't see all. He couldn't. And then he buckled at the end when it was like, go around that corner. And he looked and he's like, yeah, I ain't trying to go over there. So he ended up getting carried away by, the agents and everything. All I'm saying is, can we just please let's breathe as Israel. Can we just breathe? I can leave if I want to, but I know the Most High hasn't told me leave. I speak with him, but he hasn't said to leave. So I wait for him, and I don't care what anyone wants to say. I wait for the Most High. That's why I read Psalms 91, because there's going to come a point where we're going to see people dropping around us. We read that and we think that it's talking about, what we're seeing with the people that took the lollipop. I don't even think we're there yet. Every time we think, oh, we're here, the Most High shows us something new, and we're like, oh, now we're getting to it. So we're not seeing the fulfillment of that. We're going to be shook. We don't know fear yet. We will. And we're going to have to literally hold on to the Most High. And that's all I want. I just want us to be able to breathe and to not move in fear. That's all I'm saying. Thank you, Ashanda. And that's what I wanted to say.
Sister Chantel, here's the thing. We are looking at it as someone going to prepare the place for people. We're not telling everybody to do what we're doing. People are reaching out to us when they see that. But we are not, I don't believe myself and the people that I'm working with are doing that. All we're saying is, when I talk amongst us, we look at it as, and this is the way I look at it, I'm going to prepare a way so when people are ready, they have somewhere to go. And so that's what we're doing. So.
And if the Most High is leading you to do that, then that's beautiful. That's absolutely beautiful. And we have, you know what I'm saying? We have to we have to remember that we are the body. Okay, some of us are the hands, some of us are the feet, some of us are the internal organs. And
And
if
that's the
we,
thing.
if the foot, you know what I'm
But
saying, if
let
the
me just
foot
finish
is
my
not
thought.
operating,
But
if the
Sister
foot
Shaw,
is not
let
operating,
me just finish this thought. And
excuse
then
me.
all I'm saying is, for me, and you mentioned about the Holy Spirit, the way things happen, this is not me just being afraid, because everything fell. I went to Germany and things fell in place. And before I went to Germany, I was thinking about, okay, man, I do want to go, but where would I go? I didn't know where to go. I didn't know anything. And then the way it happened, where of all the countries, it's one of the smallest and one of the poorest countries in Africa. And so at first I frowned upon it a little bit. But then it's like something told me, no, you're not looking at the right way. Excuse me. When we get there, the things that we can do, the innovation that we can do. I've even changed what I'm gonna do because of this. And then the most I open all these doors for this particular trade that I'm actually going back to school for. So this is the reason why I feel compelled. I spoke amongst people that are like-minded, and we're moving forward. So I just wanted to say that we are not trying to tell everybody to do what we're doing, but if you want to and you want to get more information, you're welcome to come on board. This is the way we're working. Now I
That's
rest on.
beautiful. I just want to say what I'm saying because I have people that reach out to me as well privately, and they're talking to me about um, being moved by fear, and they don't know what they're supposed to do. There are legitimate questions that people have asked, and they've been not ostracized, but they've been mocked for asking. What about the elderly and the shut-ins? What about those who are in prison? What about them?
Mhm.
And so we have to. I know we're excited, family. I know we are. Listen, when the Most High told me and my family moved to the USVI, it was a suddenly moment, and I spoke about those suddenly moments on my channel. I believe in suddenly moments, but we have to make room for everybody's voice in this because every single one of us are going to be affected in one way or the other. We're
Mhm.
all dealing with this. You know what I'm saying? We see these banks shutting down and all that kind of stuff, and that's fearful. It's frightening to see that the Most High is changing of the guard, but we're still in the middle and the thicket of it. But we got to hold each other's hands up. We got to pray for one another, and we have to have a room and space to listen to each other, so that wherever it is that He's leading us, that we know that we're all being led by Him, and that we're walking in the spirit of love, because that's what Yahusha commanded us to do, that love one another so that the world may be able to see that He is who He said He is, not us moving in our own might and our own strength. So anyway, I ain't gonna
Yeah.
take over your floor no more, Brother Karis. Much love to y'all, and I'm just gonna fall back.
Thank you,
All
sister.
right. Thank you, Sister Shonda. Thank you.
Brother Karis, can I say
Well,
something?
Thank you.
yeah, Brother Garth, go ahead. Oh, what's that? Yeah,
I,
Brother Garth, go ahead.
okay,
You've been in the
because
cut.
I'll make it real quick. It's just to piggy off of what Sister Shonda and Chantel said. I feel like we as Israel, we all just need to have balance, and I think it's better. We could all agree that we have to get ready to flee, not so much flee like as in right now at this moment, but we have to all get ready, like
Mm-hmm.
spiritually and physically. At some point, we will all have to move, and we can all agree upon that, wherever you are.
Well, I pray
Agreed.
that that's the case. I pray that that's the case. Look, I'm praying that I give a balanced approach on this platform, like I had said and mentioned earlier. If you have the means, some have the means and some may not. We know this. If you're able to, look, I'm not gonna go, I'm not gonna flee, but I'm gonna try to where I'm at and what I can do, I'm gonna try to do what I can do while I'm here. Do you see what I'm saying? Because when it's time to go and people are asking the question, well, where do I flee to? Where do I run to? We'll try to be prepared to have at least something, sketched out, something modeled out. Well, I have here, worst case scenario, I can, do this, do that. Best case scenario, I can do this, do that. Look, have some sort of discernment. Last case scenario, I'm a refugee, and I'll just have to figure it out from there. And there's going to be a lot of our people that's going to be in the last case scenarios. Well, I'm just going to be a refugee because why? I didn't make the time to just send an email to such and such, or reach on out to such and such, or contact such and such. And those aren't bad. It's not going to be bad. It's just going to be, what and how things are going to look, right? I don't want to say a convenience factor, but if you look, if you don't plan, right? A failure to plan is what? Is you're planning to fail. I'm just saying. How would you want to say, well, you want to know what? I just want to be a refugee. Well, have you seen how they do those refugees? You know what I'm saying? That's the very first question that's going to be on your family's mind. Well, yeah, but eventually we'll make it on out. Oh, yeah, eventually you'll make it on out. But there's always problems in a refugee camp, right? There's always going to be something illicit. There's always going to do this. Look, are we going to say worst, best case scenario? Oh, but that won't be like us.
I would hope so because we have favor, but at the same time, what will I was thinking about Sister Chantel saying for the people who go over there and are already in the land, and when everything like the Great Tribulation happens or whatever, are you in a safe place in the continent as well? That's also a fair point because there's pros and cons still going and staying at the same time. I feel like, but
yeah.
I mean, you could like go down the line and say, if I'm in the land in Africa and then something pops off here, or as I'm in Babylon and then something pops off here, there's gonna be different problems and different advantages.
Yeah. I wouldn't expect. Look, if you are there in the continent, oh man, expect that something's gonna pop off because it's gonna pop off worldwide. Oh, expect it. Now, will things be as negatively affected over there than it would be here? I would honestly say, prophetically speaking, scripturally speaking, probably not. The worst of the worst is it's prophesied to happen here. That's scripture.
Yeah, that is scripture.
That
we're literally amongst our enemies here. But we probably have. I wouldn't say it's more balanced on the continent. Our enemies and our own brethren are there more. But yeah, like at the same time, you're right. This is here. It's gonna be like crazy. That's what's gonna get it the worst.
Yeah. Now I'm saying, look, can we listen to sound the guidance, right? And I've said this, and I'm going to continue to say this. If you have the means to get your passport, get your passport. You can go to a FedEx store or a little FedEx shop, and guess what they have? They have that like passport rush or rush my passport. You can take your documents on up there and get it taken care of. You can pay the extra money if you feel that it won't be processed in time.
It cost me $200 to get it expedited. Got it in 4 weeks, 3 weeks, 4 weeks. So yeah, went to the local mail. I can't even talk. Post office.
I'm sorry, just real fast. I'm gonna have to drop off. So I just want to let you say shalom to the panel and shalom to everybody out there. I got to drop off, but we'll talk with Brother Garrison. Thanks for having me.
Shalom, Oral.
All right, Brother Oral.
Shalom.
Shalom, Brother Oral.
Yeah, so that's what I'm saying. Look, we can be prepared. Now, if you don't have your passport, that's fine. But make sure you actually have your birth certificate, your driver's license, any type of a photo ID, right? Social security number, something that has an identifiable, picture. Which, I mean, that's not too far-fetched because you're supposed to have some sort of government-issued ID anyway if you're living here in the United States. You see what I'm saying? It's just that if you have a passport, that just shows that you are ready to travel internationally, and they have their own system that wouldn't really hem you up if you need to go anywhere, if you need to go to places or do things. I'm praying that people understand that. If your cut's coming with a driver's license, well, guess what? Trust and believe, whatever border you go to, whatever country you go to, you're going to be hemmed up for a while. Because why? Because they have to vet you. Because guess what? You ain't going to be having a country that's going to, contact the State Department liaison and say, yeah, this person's good to go. Absolutely not. They're going to tell you, sit your behind over there, and be prepared that we'll give you a call in about 3 or 4 weeks or whatever time it's going to take to process you. Because why? Because you didn't come with the right documentation. That's all I'm saying.
So, Brother Karras, you're saying that absolutely, even as a refugee, it would be better to have a passport in hand.
Bingo. Absolutely. Absolutely. Because why? Because you'll be able to move about more. Do you get what I'm telling you? Once you have a passport, then guess what? You can get a visa process. Some places you can just process your visa right on the spot there. All they do is just take a photocopy of your passport. You get what I'm saying? The world is not going to stop because we got brought out from Babylon.
I'm about that, Brother Karras? You know who our Father is?
Okay. I'm praying that people understand that the world doesn't stop. You get what I'm telling you? The world doesn't stop.
Oh no, the scripture already says that there's going to be the dragon system and the Most High, their kingdom and the Most High's kingdom. Yeah. I think most of us know that, but at the end of the day, it's like it's not really about the world; it's about the Most High's people. That's what I'm concerned with.
I definitely understand that, but let's also understand.
But you gotta eat. You gotta still function and all that. Like I don't know, man. Yeah.
But then we refer to John 6.
Yeah.
And then,
now think about that. Think about the folks that have had records and things of that nature, right? Let's put this all on the table. There has to be some sort of a process to vet these things, because who are you going to let in? Let's just be real. Yeah, y'all will provide, but look, there's also things that are in place for good reason, for safety and security.
What do you mean? Who you going to let in? What, like prisoners and stuff like that?
I mean, you're going to have to identify folks, right? You're going to have to, hey, what were you doing?
Well, yeah, but then the prison doors are going to be open, so that doesn't matter anyway, does it, really, when you think about it?
I understand.
They're going to be there.
I get it. I understand the prison doors are going to be open. But again, you're gonna have to, if you can't vet people, at least explain to them, look, you got a second chance. We don't know where you're coming from. You got a second chance. But in this land, we're not as forgiving. You get what I'm telling you? You get what I'm telling you? Look, now there are murderers that are repentant, and there's murderers amongst our people that ain't really repentant.
And how did the Most High deal with them?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. They may not make it on the continent.
Because if you remember last week, I think it was, Garth made a point of saying, I mean, everybody just said the Most High can use people to do whatever. And Garth also made a point saying that maybe we might be the ones that the Most High will use to do whatever. I'm just saying, if we're going to go by that narrative, then that also would be true. We've got to be consistent. And to be honest, and I think Up Next has said this, and Talisha Yah has said this as well, and I agree with them, none of us know what's going to happen. We know we're going to get from A to Z. We know we're here, and we're going to end up there. We have vague references as to how that's going to be, but none of us know. A lot of what we're seeing today is not playing out how we thought. I knew that they were going to have 15-minute cities. I didn't know what it was called. I didn't understand it at that point. I even thought, and I said to my mom, and I said to others as well, I wouldn't be surprised if when we come out of lockdown, that they're going to have things structured very differently and literally section off the city. Now, I saw that back then, but it didn't happen then, but it's happening now. I see that before they do that, they're going to put people in another lockdown. Why? Because that's what they had to do with China. You can't restructure the city if people are walking around. You just can't, especially when we're in a time of people, you know, getting very riotous and everything. My point is, we don't know how things are going to play out. We just have a vague understanding. And there's a reason for that, because if we knew, then guess who else knows? The enemy knows. And they will take measures, they will put out measures to make sure that this doesn't happen. So all we can do is trust. That's all I'm saying. And that's all we can do at this point, is trust fully in him. None of us know. I know there's going to be forerunners and people who can leave to do whatever. But at the end of the day, it's the Most High's will. If he says to us, go, go. If he says stay, stay. And some of us will be itching to go, I want to leave, but he hasn't given me the all clear, like, go. I'm literally pleading with him and talking with him, but he hasn't given me the all clear to go. So do you understand what I'm saying? We just have to be obedient to his will, as much as it's like, you know, but we just have to. We've moved before and we might get our heads blown off. This is just simple. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, if you're not led to, if the Most High hasn't led you to move, then yes, do not move, right? You will be, the Most High will tell you to move. The Most High will give you the directions. He'll put everything in order. He definitely will. Now, if he said, hey, I set up things in front of you that you need to get done, then that's great. Because some of us will have the means to do what the Most High has set for us to do. And some of us won't. But we shouldn't just say, oh man, because now let me just tell you this. Now people are starting to see the Most High moving amongst the Gentiles in power. Because why? Because the Gentiles are now threatened. Let's just be honest. The Gentiles are now threatened. And so now we have that sense of, oh man, wow. We definitely need to do something now. Why do you think these conversations are coming up? Well,
we knew they were going to be threatened.
Yeah,
they didn't.
Yeah, we knew it, but it's now it's like, oh man, now we got to do something. We gotta move. You know.
But that's another thing. We don't even know how we're going to move. That we can't even agree on that. Some of us believe it's going to be miraculous. Some of us think it's going to be very practical.
Mm-hmm.
But again, like I said, with the practicality of it, the structure that we're thinking it's going to be this way, it doesn't have that kind of, okay, so we're going to come off in planes and drones of us coming off planes and ships and everything like that. We're going to go through a process that. Well, after a while, hold on. After a while, it's like, when does the narrative shift from it being about the Most High to they put us back in the land? Do you understand what I'm saying? If it's miraculous, if we see how the Most High did it with certain other people, but like I said, I brought up Elijah, I brought up Enoch, I brought up all these other people that were moved miraculously. I don't know. I'm just saying, if we see that is worth talking about. That is something that's going to get their attention. That is something where they know, oh, we better not mess with them. Why? Because we know that this is a supernatural. These people are the people. There is no misunderstanding on that. That's all I'm saying. We don't know.
I don't know about that one. I
know nobody wants to know about that one, because that's the point. But I'm just saying, we don't know.
Yeah.
You are 100% certain that it's going to be that way. It might not be. That's all I'm saying. I don't know. I'm not saying it is, and I'm not saying it isn't. I'm just putting the narrative out there. There are people that are asking and saying this and communicating. I'm just saying, okay, what if?
Mm-hmm. That's why we need to have a personal relationship all the time and pray about it. Honestly, I mean, it's nice to hear.
I don't think we're all going to lead the same way.
Everyone else, but I always pray about everything I do.
I also agree with that as well. Sorry, Garth. I also agree with that. I did say that as well.
Garth, I'm sorry.
Sorry, Garth.
No,
sorry.
I agree with you, but at the same time, I just don't think we, it. I think that the practical way that Yah is gonna move some of us, even though it seems practical, yet it's a miracle. Cause me myself, I wasn't thinking about leaving. I mean, in all, I mean, I have no reason to live. I mean, leave, other than Yah waking me up, and that within itself is a miracle. Um, I, I just, I just think that we're all gonna leave different ways, and like you said, we don't know, but certain ones of us, we gotta go and do what Yah say. And I apologize personally if anything that I said seemed like I'm belittling anybody,
No,
but
not at all, bro.
oh yeah, I'm not trying to belittle anyone. I'm trying to be smart and studious with what y'all has blessed me with. Like, I mean, if I was my old self before y'all woke me up, I'd be trying to keep all this stuff I'm ready to sell. I'd be trying to go on with business as usual, chasing women and the whole thing. It's like y'all changed me. And I'm ready to give up all this stuff that I have because it has no value. And if I could take it and do something where some brother or sister that don't have a place, they can come over. I'm not trying to build no luxury hotel. I'm just trying to have it where we can eat, we can fellowship, we can pray, we can do all the things that we're supposed to do as Israelites. That's it. So I mean, I just don't I just again, like I said, I apologize if I offended anyone because I'm a servant. That's what I want to be. I don't want to be a big man. I done been through that phase in Babylon. I'm glad y'all woke me up. But I just feel we all gonna leave at different stages. I believe some ways are gonna be practical, and I believe some ways are gonna be supernatural, like you were saying, sister. And that's it. That's all I have to say. I'm just encouraging everybody. Just pray, and the Ruach will lead us.
Yeah, and let me answer some of these folks in the chat here. If you yeah, let me if yeah, thank you for muting. Um, look, to me, just our return back to the continent, it will be miraculous in itself. Because why? Up until literally 3 years ago, our people were so cemented on Babylon's system. Do you get what I'm telling you? That now, in the course of time, now people are actually having to address this. This isn't just on this platform. You have people that are like, well, we're going to get our land back. Okay, and then your land is becoming irradiated. It's becoming poisoned through chemicals, through spills. Tell me how that's going to work. That's the miraculous part. Because why? Because the Most High is not going to have us sitting here saying, "Oh, this is our land. We're gonna be here. This is us." Not after what they're doing to it. It's the spoiling. The spoilers are here. If you don't think that these derailments aren't sabotage, you're going to have a deep conversation with yourself. And you need to have that conversation with the Most High. Father, you need to show me what's going on. But I do believe that the Most High will give them a different heart. Think about this. The folks on the continent, they still have the heart of Babylon in it. Absolutely. But let me tell you what happens when kingdoms fall. Let me tell you what happens when people stop becoming disillusioned. You're seeing this right now because why? They're no longer taking the cup of wrath of the fornications. Trust me. You're seeing that on the ground. Okay, we're just giving them that, the mouthpiece, but nothing's going to happen. We see their destruction. We see their decline. This is what they're saying on the continent right now. Look at those comments in the comment sections.
Look at the Congolese brothers waking up in masses and talking about it.
You get what I'm saying?
We
Exactly.
still have. I mean, to be fair, and this is the word balance. I'm not talking about in some esoteric way and balance and good and evil. I'm talking about balance and like discernment and thinking. I mean, yeah, we have enemies on the continent, but you could see we have a lot of brethren that are waking up just by that Congolese I don't know, what is it, a broadcast or program? You saw how all of them are waking up, so we do have allies on the continent as well. So we don't have to be all doom and gloom. I mean, honestly, from what my standpoint, this is like, kind of how in the Christian church, they used to talk about non-salvation issues and how, we all have to be on one accord when it comes to salvation, but other things we could have, civil conversations about. That's what I feel like with this thing. But like I said, we all can agree that we have to get ready to flee at some point. It's not like we're going to be living in America or Babylon for the next 20 years or whatever. We all not disillusioned to think that this place is where we're going to lay our nest up and that we're going to just stay here comfortably while the world is burning and Most High is judging the nations. Like, that's silly. But at the same time, I mean, we all need to understand that we're all in different positions and we're all blessed with different things and we all have different gifts. So we have to come to the understanding as a body that we all have different viewpoints. And like Sister Shonda said, we have to let people's voices be heard and be respectful. But, just like and treat people with the love of the Messiah. And, just we're here to pray for each other and comfort one another,
Yeah, this isn't like this isn't like, well, there's a template for this. There's no template for this. There is not a template for this. All we're trying to do is be right with the Most High. We are of forever land oaths. We are not Hamites. We are of Shem. Okay, I don't know what that's supposed to really mean.
I mean, obviously, up next, we know that the Congolese brothers that are not Israelites aren't our brethren. I mean, I don't understand. I mean, I understand your point, but it's just like, what, at one point do you not understand? I mean, well, not understand. I understand all your, contentions about our enemies being in the land, but I mean, we're going there regardless if our enemies are there or not. So, I mean, really isn't too much of a reason for me to not, be encouraged or to move. The Most High is telling me to move, especially, I mean, here, bro, what do you think? I'm around Gentiles 24/7. I mean, do I feel that, just because they're, a different skin color than me, they're my brethren? No, but do I feel like less of a sore thumb or a target in the continent? Absolutely. So there you go. That's a different, there's disadvantages and advantages. So, I mean, we could just look at it that way. I mean, I'm rambling now. I'll stop.
Yeah. Ozu Rashad, shalom.
Grace and peace, family. Grace and peace. How y'all doing?
Oh,
can you hear me?
Yeah, we can. It's been a long conversation. Hallelujah. Go
ahead. Yeah, I've been here for the whole ride. And I just wanted to speak to the topic that's been on everybody's lips as far as flee, not flee, just the big contention, what's going on right now. I think that we all are just waiting for y'all to move, and we want to see y'all move. And I think that's the biggest thing. And I don't think it's so much that we should. I think everybody's opinions and point of views is valid, and we don't have to agree. Firstly, the only thing that we need to agree on is that y'all is moving in the earth right now, and he has prophesied that through his prophets that we are going back to the land. Now, I don't think that it's an issue that some people are moving to the land beforehand. People are moving to different states right now. Nobody cares. If when all the severe weather comes to Florida, people evacuate. Nobody says anything. You know that impending danger is afoot, and you get out of Dodge if you see fit. And if also, most importantly, if the Most High is moving you, for sure. You know, but if you know that you're Israel and you know that you're going there and you know that danger is coming and you just want to leave and the Most High is moving on you to leave, then so be it. But also, we're also looking for y'all to show the world that it is you that I have loved. You know, that's why the point that Chantel spoke about, like, how will the world know that it is you? I feel like when he reveals that it is us that he is loved, the whole world will see it. Just like when the Messiah comes back, he will break the sky and every eye will see it. It's gonna be an evident thing. It's not gonna be anything that anyone is going to have to speculate about. Like, it's just going to be, because it's his will and he said so. And he's not a man that he should lie. His word does not return to him void until it accomplishes the thing that he set forth for it to do. So I just don't think that we need to fight as a family on how any other family members are moving. You know, because it's not. I do understand that people are getting moving out of fear, but that's when we should be still and know that Yahuwah is Elohim and he is the creator and possessor of heaven and earth. He has all things in his hands. So we shouldn't worry about anything. And at my point, that's my piece. Blessings to the family.
All right, thank you, Brother Ozo. I definitely appreciate that. Yeah, go ahead. Who wanted to respond? Is that you, Sister Chantel?
No, I just wanted to say, sorry, let me get out of my kitchen. Sorry. I'm so sorry. I just wanted to say that I'm not, again, anybody that wants to move and you're not moving in fear and you've got the ability to, and the Most High, and it's really important, it has to be the Most High, and the Most High has led you, the Holy Spirit has told you, nobody has any right to turn around and say to you, you can't go nowhere. That's not what I'm saying. Chicken. I just want people to be at peace. At the end of the day, either we believe what he wrote, what he said. We have to. How on earth did we all wake up? It says it in the word that we was going to wake up. Either we believe his word. We're here, living proof. We really do not need to doubt his word. The fact that we are awake, the fact that we know who we are, is the reason why we trust his word. That's it. Point, period, blank. I trust his word because all of us here right now today know who we are. That's living proof that his word is his word can be trusted. So when he says he's going to do this, he's going to do this. When he says to move. When he says, I'm going to gather all of Israel and I'm not leaving not one. I'm sorry, maybe I'm just whatever, but I believe him when he says that. And I believe him.
Brother Karis, can I jump in and say something?
Yeah, go ahead.
I was just gonna say, like, I agree with the balance. I think where people's fear comes in is, and I'm not knocking anyone, okay? So I just kind of sit back and listen always. But I think where people's fear comes in is when, they hear, you're going to be dealing with this and you're going to be dealing with that and 15-minute cities and, robots and robot dogs. And that's where people's fear starts to come in. And I agree with Sister Chantel. I believe in the Most High for the whole house of Israel. So maybe the balance should come in where, like, when the panel is speaking, again, I'm new. I've been listening, not new to your channel, but I'm new just up here. With that being said, I feel like people may be afraid when they hear you all say things like I said, like, you're going to be dealing with this and you're going to be dealing with that, and they don't have the discernment, or they don't maybe have they're still on milk, if you will. They're still on milk. And so that is going to scare somebody that is still on milk. Maybe they're new to the awakening or whatever. And maybe that's where the balance should come in. Maybe a little less gloom and doom. Because in all honesty, I realize that when you all talk about that, you're talking about the people who are deciding, I'm not leaving. When the corridors open up, I'm staying here. You're not talking to the people who are saying, you know what? As soon as the corridors open, I'm out of here. You're not
Bingo.
talking to those people. So that's all. Again, it's balance. I see where sister's coming from, and by all means, if I could leave, I'd be out of here. I'd have been out
I
of here
mean,
last year.
okay. Let me thank you, Sister Karen. I want to address this. Okay, did not the angels of the Most High come and rescue Lot and his family? Did Lot and his family still have to move on their own 2 feet?
Yeah, the angel warned too.
I'm just saying, and now I understand. Look, we have a lot of our
I agree with that too.
brothers and sisters. We have a lot of our brothers and sisters that have medical conditions, that have medical issues. Do you not think that the Most High has taken care of for that? Look, when you have to when you have to just go and say somebody needs to take me. Do you not think that somebody will take them? Somebody's going to take them. Somebody's going to roll them on out, even if it's an angel of the Most High himself.
Yep.
You get what I'm telling you? The thing is that we're just trying to say, don't stay in the mindset of Babylon that, because we don't know how things are going to go. We just want to be prepared for it. That's all we're trying to say. Prepare for it. Because now, look, nobody was really giving this much thought until, let's just be honest, nobody was giving this much thought until these banks started to mess up.
Yep.
I don't know how they didn't give it thought when the whole world shut down, but I digress.
But I mean, I'm just saying, let's just be real. When they saw folks looking like us in those lines, not having access to their money, that's when it started to get real. Oh, snap, I may have to actually flee. I thought that this thing was just going to pass on over, and then we can go to sleep, and then, business as usual, because that's really what's in the hearts of a lot of our people. It really is.
And for the people, I'd say for the people who, I guess, I mean, yeah, it could sound doom and gloom, but when we're telling the truth about the judgments and what's to come, but at the same time, I would tell those people to pray about it. And the Most High doesn't give us a spirit of fear. So if you have fear, I'm not judging anyone who has fear, because I have fear. We all have fears. We have to, I guess, have to have faith. And I know I laugh because it's an everyday thing, like, to have faith, especially even Brother Karras and Sister Chantel hear me in the chat, and not when I'm talking, I'm not always the most upright or happy or most what do you mean, cheerful person or happy-go-lucky person. I have my days. So when people, I guess, listen to those broadcasts and channels, they should just, I guess, pray about it going into it, and just pray about it, and so you could receive it, and just, I guess, think about what you listen to and what our teachers are giving us, and then, I guess, use the discernment and search the scriptures and see if what they're saying is scriptural, and then pray about it. That's all I could say. That's what I'm doing.
Brother Dave, I haven't heard from you in a while. What's up?
We're all about anxiety. All of us are going through the same anxiety. The thing is that, I'm a pessimist. I think pessimist, but I produce optimistic. Means I take the worst case scenario, I play it around in my head, and I deal with it, because I don't like surprises. So I'm gonna think, how am I gonna deal with this situation? Well, what's the worst case scenario? You know, no matter how bad it gets, as long as I'm truthful with myself, I'm willing to face the outcome.
Mm-hmm.
And since I've seen and looked death in the face a lot of times, come on with it. That's my attitude. Come on with it. Bring it. So I'm going to just sit here and wait on the good Lord to tell me when it's time for me to run. That's all you can do. You know, do I get anxieties? Yeah. I was talking with Dante the other night when he had a live show, and all of a sudden I got a panic attack. I knew exactly what I was going to say, but I was on the show. I'm like, all right, I'm ready. As soon as Dante called my name, I'm hitting him right out the box. All of a sudden, as soon as he called my name, everything went blank. And all of a sudden, I got cotton mouth and everything. I'm like, oh, man, I'm going through it right now. I'm like,
I
give me
saw
a minute.
that too. I was like, what happened with Brother Dave?
Dude.
I was wondering that too.
Dude, I had a panic attack.
I'm like, is this the same thing? I said, oh man,
It was chatbot. See, it's not just me. I told you, Dave is with me. We're gonna rule the world.
I had a whole panic attack, man. I went from Mr. Smart to Ricky Ritardo real quick, and I was just trying to get myself. I was like, dude, I had to remember what I was talking about. I'm like, oh my god, and then I had a tall glass of water here, and I'm like, God, I got cotton mouth. I felt like Jim Carrey in the movie they had. I had cotton mouth and everything. I was like, what the hell is going on? But it happened to me a couple times. I mean, it happened to me one time when I was talking on with Karis, and I had Minister Yacoba out there, and I was explaining something, but I went through a panic attack at that time, and I couldn't articulate what I was trying to articulate, and Karis just lit me up. And I was like, he was right for doing that, because I made it seem like I was promoting something that I wasn't, but I was trying to tell a story, but I was going through a panic attack at the time, but I couldn't finish what I was trying to say. I was like, man.
Hey, do I need to give you a digital paper bag so you can breathe in and breathe out?
But I'm gonna tell you something. It'll mess you up. So my thing is that I'm gonna keep coming on here, no matter whether I have a panic attack or not. So a lot of you people who are sitting out there listening to this and are fearful coming on and talking because you may have a panic attack, keep doing it. I keep doing it. I have panic attacks on the air, and I just keep doing it. You know, you have to keep doing it. Yes,
Brother Dave. When I tell you, they got to be the Holy Spirit that unction you to say that, because as soon as I clicked the StreamYard link and it saw me pop up, it was like heaviness weight on my chest, and I was like, nah, bro, I'm gonna power through it, because I've been sitting back and I've been watching and I've been seeing everything. And this, I think one of the greatest drawbacks we have when discussing these topics is, I think the people that are not as much in the word, and I'm not trying to be disrespectful or anything, because everybody's working out their own salvation in fear and trembling, and everybody's at a different point. But I think the people that's not as deep in the word, they take it as thus says the Lord. When we're speaking about these topics, or when you guys are speaking about these topics and tying them into scripture, opposed to speculation, just trying to study to show thyself approved, to understand what's going on and recognizing the sign of the times and being like the sons of Issachar, knowing how to move. So I think that just needs to be said. Like, when people are coming in, this is not the pure unadulterated word of the Lord, unless it hits you and strikes you in your ruach, then that's a different story, that you just need to hear that word. But at the same time, we just speculating and trying to understand, because we know that we are in the time of the cup of the Gentiles being full. Their quota is just about up. They like at 0.0000987 on who is supposed to come in. So we're just watchmen on the wall looking out to see what's going on, so we can disseminate the information to any and everybody else. No, that's all I got right now.
All right, thank you, brother Ozo.
And
Ozo. I'm trying to. I was looking. I was like, is that Agent Oso?
It's Ozu, brother. Ozu.
Ozu. Okay,
Ozu.
man.
Ozu. Yeah.
Man, the names that y'all coming up here with. Oh my goodness.
And like Brother Dave said, I get that same feeling. But Sister Chantel told me to just suck it up. So I get that same feeling of anxiety. And sometimes I have had that time where I just like, just forget what I'm going to say. And I always get that feeling before I come on the panel. I always pray about it before I come up here.
And here's the thing that really bothers me. You know what really roasts my cookies is that from the time I was 14 years old, I had a microphone in front of my face because I used to talk on the CB. I used to go to people's houses. I used to fix their antennas. I've been on a lot of people's houses where I live at fixing their antennas, and we had a whole CB channel with like 30 guys on it, and we used to get out here and cut up every day. So the thing is that then I worked in a field where I used a two-way radio. Let me tell you something. I was so good. We had like 30 guys out here, and I knew each one's voice. So I could actually take a 15-minute nap while they were talking, and then be able to, when my call numbers where I had to use my call letters, and they would call me, I would wake back up and answer that walkie-talkie. So answer that radio. So my thing is that I could tune myself that, become very efficient. But here now I'm back and I'm talking to you guys on YouTube and I'm a complete idiot. You understand? This is difficult for me because I've always had a microphone, but a lot of times when I get on this microphone to talk, I go to talk about something, all of a sudden I get a panic attack and I'm like, what is going on with me? I mean, this is not me.
You know what's different, bro, Dave? It's coming up here. It's a responsibility, that whatever we say could sway someone's faith or not, or, could edify someone or, discourage someone. So I think that's the feeling you're getting. It's a responsibility to come up here and speak.
But you know something? I'm not a public speaker. That's going to come as a shock, but I hate the sound of my voice. I never watch these shows again. I just can't stand hearing my voice. And I am shy when I say this. I am shy, but it just feels like as if I just had to say what I needed to say, but I'm not a public speaker. I'm really not. I feel like as if I get tongue tied, and sometimes I feel like because of that, I probably sound a lot more aggressive than I really am.
Being American, we all love your voice. It gives us comfort. It makes us feel like we didn't get in touch with somebody who's calling us a voicemail.
Love your voice.
Doesn't it make you feel like you're a whole lot smarter than what you really are? It's like I'm speaking with a British person. They're very smart.
Right. No, don't feel that way, please. You should hear some of us. We sound pretty dumb over here. Like, I don't know if you guys have seen like EastEnders and that. I mean, come on. If you see that, you'll know. They just sound completely dumb, brain dead. It's all right, Ricky. All right, Ricky. Let's go to the pub. No, don't ever feel that the Brits.
Is it like the Family Guy episode when Stewie was trying to teach that girl how to speak proper British?
That was funny.
My point is that you have to push through your fears. You will never truly be great unless you push yourself beyond your limits. You understand? You have to push yourself. And we're in the most trying times of our life. This is a world event.
Yeah.
So the thing is that we have to really dig down deep, and you really have to define the person that you are. We're all facing some kind of fear. You have to push through it. You have to keep pushing.
Never stop believing. Don't stop stopping.
Right.
Is that Journey?
No,
don't stop believing. Right. I love Journey.
It was like a satire comedy with.
Who doesn't love Journey?
Never
We're gonna have to
stop
call you
stopping.
Karaoke Carrie.
Don't stop believing.
Oh, you're a
Whoa.
Journey fan? I didn't know
Wait,
that. That's
wait,
cool.
what's
Yeah,
that
man.
song? My dad used to listen to. Ain't no stopping us now.
You're McFadden and
On
Whitehead.
the mo.
Yep.
Oh man. All right. Daughter of Yah. Excuse me, daughter of Zion, and then we'll have final comments.
Shalom, everyone. I apologize for being late, and if my phone acts funny, please let me know, and I will mute myself because I've been having problems. But yeah, fear is a scary thing, and one of the lives that I was on a while ago with Brother Karras. And Brother Karras, I apologize for missing the meeting. I was so trying to log on. Side note.
Okay. No worries.
One time, okay, so I used to live in an old apartment, and this lady, young lady, she had like 4 kids. And one day I heard her cussing her 4-year-old out. He had to be 4 or 5. And she's like, you little, you never listen to me, blah, blah, blah. And in my heart, I was like, dude, you are cussing this 4-year-old out like he a grown man. That is your son. And I heard it once, then I heard it twice, and the Holy Spirit convicted me. He was like, you need to say something. So I went up to her apartment and I said something to her, because it's like sometimes if we don't speak up for things we should speak up, even though we might be scared, like concerned, the Father would have holded me responsible, because as an adult, you're letting another adult talk to a child like that, and that child may be stunted or hindered because you didn't speak up, and you could have been that vessel for the Most High he needed you to be in that moment. And I pray that woman remembers, because I told her, yes, he's a little child now, but one day he will be an adult and he will act like he don't know you. So sometimes we need to speak up, because my dear husband, he tells me sometimes you need to stop. You need to stop saying things to people. But I tell him all the time, it's that Bible scripture that says, where he told I can't remember the prophet right now, but I think it's Jeremiah. But whichever prophet he told, he said, if you don't tell people what is coming or what you don't know, I'm going to hold you accountable. And when I die, my spouse, my children, even fellow brothers and sisters won't be standing there to help me explain to the Most High, like, this is what happened was. He going to be like, no, you didn't do what I asked you to do. And yes, as a loving father, I understand, but it comes to a point where we expect more out of, I expect more out of my children. And slowly but surely, the Most High is putting us in that position. So that's all I wanted to say.
Hallelujah. Hallelujah.
That's
All
right.
right.
He does expect more of us, and I completely agree with what you said. That's all.
All right. I'm going to start with closing comments. Brother Ozu.
Man, I forgot I was still on here. I just want to say grace and peace, family. Just be strong in the Lord and the power of his might, man. He gonna do what he said he gonna do. All we gotta do is stay down and stay with him and work to purify ourselves as much as we can, man, to work Babylon out of us. And just grace and peace, family. Peace.
All right. Thank you. Shalom. Put Brother Ozu in the background. Okay. I'm going to start Sister Karen.
Well, the only thing I want to say is the best thing I think we can do to prepare, honestly, is seek the Most High, pray, and fast. I say fast for 2 reasons, because one, you don't know how much food you're going to have coming in the near future. So gearing your body to eat less now is probably a good idea, even if you can only fast
an hour past, what you might normally eat. Um, and then obviously fasting is, gonna, feed your spirit, your soul. And then the sister said something, the last sister that was on just said something. I do believe that it's, he's raising the bar with us. And it is also time that because in my spirit as well, I feel a need to raise the bar around me. And when people play music that is contrary, I'm speaking on it now, period. So, and that's all I want to say. I love you all so much.
All right. Shalom.
Shalom.
All right. Thank you, Sister Karen. All right. Moving on, Brother Garth.
All
Final
right.
comments.
Well, I wrote down a list, so let me start. No, I'm just joking. Police, peace and blessings to everyone. Shalom and enjoy your Shabbat. That's all I have to say.
All right. Shalom. All right. Let me give it a Brooklyn Brew on in here for final thoughts.
Yeah, I just want to say shalom to everybody. I love everybody, and we just got to stick together. We'll be all right. And God has not given us a spirit of fear, but of love, power, and a sound mind. That's it. God bless everybody.
All right. Thank you, brother. All right. Let me go ahead.
I'll take it.
Well, I'm gonna have Miss V. I'm gonna add her. Any thoughts?
Hello.
Yeah, shalom, Miss V.
Shalom. Hi. I'm late to the gathering, but I just wanted to call in and tell everybody don't be fearful. I'm actually um, in Africa now. I'm in Egypt, and I heard from the Most High through His Word, just reading the same scriptures that Jacoba brought forth, like the weeks that he's been talking. Everything he's saying is completely true, but if you haven't heard from the Most High, then you should ask, because that's what I did. I prayed, I fasted, because I wanted to know for myself. I didn't want to hear it from someone else and, take their word for it. I wanted to hear from the Most High. So I prayed and I fasted and I prayed and I fasted. And the Most High, he gave me scriptures, and I hadn't heard from these scriptures. I'm new to this. Like I woke up when COVID hit.
Mm-hmm.
Um, and he showed me scriptures in the Apocrypha, Second Esdras. All the scriptures that Jacoba was bringing forth is 100% true. And when I realized that it was true, I was like, okay, well then, where should I go? Um, and for the time being, I'm in Egypt. I'm still on the continent. I'm in Africa, but for the time being, that's where he said go, and that's where I am. So I'm waiting until he says something else. Um, I would love to be where everybody else is, and the beautiful parts of Africa, and the motherland. I would love to be there, but I'm waiting on the Most High to tell me where and when.
Mm-hmm.
But I did get confirmation to leave, and he told me when to leave, and uh, he basically spoke to me, and it's true. So I would just tell anybody who is wrestling with any of this to just pray and fast and really ask him with all your heart. Be sincere, because he knows your heart,
Mm-hmm.
and he will answer you. You seek him, and he will find you. Like that's exactly what's going to happen.
Absolutely.
And that's all I had to say.
What part of Egypt are you in?
I'm in Cairo.
Okay.
I'm
Over
in
in
Cairo.
are you over in East Cairo or West Cairo?
I'm on East Cairo, and I'm I was asking the Most High here recently, because like I'm new to this. I didn't even know that. I'm recently finding out that Jerusalem may be in Africa, like the southern parts of Africa, or
Mm-hmm.
Ethiopia. I'm all the way new.
Yeah.
So um if if the Most High calls for me and my family to leave, then we're gonna
Mm-hmm.
leave. It ain't just me, it's me and my family. Like I have a child. I came here with my mother, my father, my brother, my sister. We all picked up and leave because I told them and I showed them the scriptures, and uh it hit them like it hit me.
So okay, all right. So you're by the so chances are you're probably close to the American University over there.
Yeah, I'm in New Cairo.
New Cairo. Yep. Yep.
Mhm.
Okay. Now, yeah, they're still building on out there, correct? They're still building.
Yeah, they're
Yeah.
building up uh like stuff like America. They're building stuff up. So
Mm-hmm.
um but I'm researching and praying for, the next direction. But I'm here. I'm on the continent. So I'm still in the running, but uh I just would say just pray to the most high and he's gonna tell you
Okay.
what you
Can you
should
can
do.
now that you because I want to let me take some time. Um, when you with your experiences on out there, how many dark Egyptians are on out there?
Well, I'm in New Cairo, so
There's not
I'm
that many dark Egyptians in New Cairo. Let me just explain
no,
that to you, to the, a lot of the
no. That's
family.
why. Well, I was saying I would love to be where our people are, but that's
Hmm.
not where the Most High led me for the
Yeah,
time being.
yeah.
Um,
Yeah, it's a little enclave. It's an enclave. It has American University. You actually have more of the expats that are out there in that area. It's a
yeah,
nice area. It's a beautiful area. I mean,
yeah,
realistically speaking, it's actually very nice. But when you get over into like the city, Central City, like Zamalek Island, things of that nature, where you
hmm
have those are black folks that are there, like black folks, dark black folks. Other than that, you're there in kind of a cosmopolitan area of you have your whiter Egyptians, and they'll tell you, look, they're of Greek and Roman influence.
hmm That's all I see.
Hmm.
So,
Yeah, it's that's where they do their little like if you ever watch like the Egyptian newer Egyptian movies and stuff like that, that's where they're filming at. Literally in
okay.
in those locations. It's kind of it's crazy, but yeah, but it is. But how's generally speaking, how's the security situation there?
Oh, we're safe. I mean, everything is good. Like it's, if anything, if they call this the ritzy part. If
Mhm.
there was one, this is the ritzy part. But I mean, we're not rich. Uh,
Mhm.
but this is where we were led. Literally, like when we came, we had no plans. Like this
Mhm.
was like something that we were driven to do. We came, we got the hotel, and was in the hotel for 3 days. We didn't have anywhere to go,
Yeah.
and we just found a place. And
Mhm.
we had a driver take us over here, and I guess the realtor showed us around to some places, and from my experience, the first house that we seen, or the first apartment that we seen, they really didn't want us there, and you
Yeah.
could tell. And we were like, we have nowhere to go. And then the realtor showed us another apartment, and the man was trying to charge us more, but he
Mhm.
ended up lowering his price. So it was just like, I want you guys to stay here, whatever price you want. That's how it happened. So we were supposed to be here. It was like God was moving, the Most High
Mhm.
was moving, and that night we cried because it fell into place. Like we didn't come over here with plans and banking and all of that. We didn't do all of that.
Mhm.
We just moved.
Yeah.
But
So
that's just our
how long have you
situation.
been there?
We moved in November of last year,
Mhm.
beginning like November 8th.
Okay. Now, have you had any type of have you experienced racism there?
No, the people are nice, but I have noticed like when you're waiting in line, I can't figure it out if they're doing this because we're black or what. But if I'm waiting in line, sometimes someone will get in front of you, like
Hmm.
you're not worth, like I don't know how to explain it. They just get in front of you like you're not there.
Yeah.
And I thought they were doing that because I was a woman, but then I had my brother with me in line one time, and they did it, and I'm like, okay,
Hmm.
so is this a black thing, like,
Hmm.
or American thing? I'm like, what's going
No,
on?
no. It's a black thing. The racism is very subtle. It's very subtle there. That's why I had to ask. And it's funny. It's funny. It's like, no, that's what they do. And I've had that. I had to go to the mall there once, and I got cut in front of a few times. And I said, I know that that's what they're doing, but I didn't care. I had my, Egyptian driver, security guard, and he was just telling me, it's like, this is kind of what they do. Just don't take it personal. And
Yeah,
trying to excuse the racism. So but yeah, no, it's good. Definitely appreciate you calling in from the continent, because I know it's about what 7, 8 o'clock there now. So it's the evening time. It's
yeah.
the evening time. So yes. So all right. Well, thank you, Miss V. I definitely appreciate it.
Thank
Shalom.
you. Shalom.
Hey, you know what? When I go to the when I go to the Russian store, sometime to get my food, sometimes they'll try and cut in front of me, and I pull them back. I'm like, oh, didn't you see me standing here? You have to get aggressive with them. Sometimes it's not racism. Sometimes it's just the flat out that they are aggressive people.
Hmm.
And I had one guy who, I was standing in line. He was in back of me, and then he was walking around a little bit. And he came back. He said, "Hey, did you cut in front of me?" I said, "No." I said, "What's your ticket?" And he showed me his ticket. I said, "Well, I'm 30. You're 31. I was before you. I seen you when you walked in here." I said, "Now, do we have a problem?" No,
Yeah.
no, no, we don't have a problem. I ain't afraid of nobody. Don't come at me with that crap. You have to be, it's an aggression. They're an
Hmm.
aggressive people. You have to be aggressive back to them, or else they won't respect you.
That is true. That is certainly true. That is certainly true. So, Dave, since you final comments, and I'll give it to Sister Chantel. And I gotta get up on out of here. Y'all
Okay.
have me here till 12:30. Look, y'all have me do a shift.
Man, you do it to yourself and you know that. Don't try blame us.
Oh, no, it's
Don't try
your
blame us. I've
fault.
been quiet all this time. I kept quiet. I was chill. But now you've gone too far. You're trying to bring us into your madness. You the one that put that link out there.
And
You the one that also pinned it,
and
okay?
you
Just
tricked
remember that.
yourselves. You gravitated to the madness.
Hey, look, we had a good time, man. It was a good time. Thanks, Karis, for letting us come on. Thank you, Sister Chantel, for you just being you. I love you. People in the chat, listen, we're all in this together. All I want to say is thanks. I had a great time. 4 o'clock, Teo is going to be interviewing Sister Brandy.
Oh yeah.
Y'all might want to tune into that. And of course, later on tonight at 8 o'clock, Brandy's going to have her, what is it, Friday night, what's she call it? Freak Out Fridays or what, something like that. Freestyle Friday. That's it. So,
Did you say Freaky Fridays?
No, Freak Out Fridays.
Oh, Freak Out Fridays.
Dave must be talking about his days on South Street. That's what he's talking about. Oh boy, Dave.
Dave, I keep telling you people, it's a PG. This is PG, man.
What have you been doing at Fairmount Park? I'm just wondering.
He's picking all the hot spots. Listen to him. He know what's going on, Philly.
Oh,
I'm going to retire to the back now. Let Dave finish his little comments.
Hey, listen, y'all just keep your head on the swivel, and remember, you will never truly be great unless you push yourself beyond your limits. Okay? That's all I gotta say. Love y'all. See y'all later. Peace.
All right, shalom, brother Dave.
Shalom, Dave.
All right, so Sister Chantel, the one that got everything started, and
I didn't mean to. I just Look, man, it's like it had to be said. It had to come out. I was just sitting there and I'm like, this just feels a little. Yes, sorry, my children keep bothering me. This just sounds a little like there's other people that have other concerns, and then when people try to bring them up, they get smacked down. And I'm like, no, we can't be doing this. We've got to talk this out. We need to deal with this because this is a real thing. It's happening. This is something that's never happened, and we're all new to this. We're new to the awakening. We're new to coming together. We're new to actually not only just coming together from as a global community, but also in terms of like, I know you guys have issues on your side of the pond with each other. You best believe we have issues here. We have what's called postcode wars. What you guys have, like, you know, certain area codes and stuff like that. We have the same kind of thing here as well. You lot will shoot each other. These brothers here, they'll look you in the face and, you know, shank you, whatever. But my point is that what was you gonna say?
As you should tell before you go, you know, you're alluding to some AI comments, some chatbot comments. Okay.
Oh no, you know what? Even with, listen, I never used to like watching the news, any news, and the thing is, when I see people doing things like this, I cry, I weep. I don't care what color you are. It didn't matter to me. I don't like to see people in pain. I don't like to see people upset, and I don't like to see people feeling like being left behind, left out, and that bothers me. Oh man, that really does bother me. It's such a bloody waste. I'm sorry, but that's just how I feel. Life is just precious regardless of whose life it is, because at the end of the day, all life comes from the Most High. So, you know, I'm not without feeling. I do feel for the Gentiles. I know what's coming to them. We all know. That's why a lot of us have been trying to warn them, but at the end of the day, they're just as hard-headed as we were.
Can you say it again? Gentiles, we've been warning you this is coming. Oh, you think our tongues have a lashing? Well, you're gonna be listening to them demons, and them demons are gonna be like, look, you used to listen to internal demons. Now these demons are gonna be externally talking to you. This is a mess.
You know, and the worst thing about it, they're not gonna let you die. The scripture says you will wish for death, but death will not. You will not find it. Chatbot, like the AI is gonna say, uploading. That's all you're gonna hear. That's gonna be your first wake up call. Welcome.
Did you see an article the other day? It said that that chatbot predicts that in 8 years humanity will achieve immortality. I said, there it is.
Yeah, they call it the higher consciousness,
yeah,
a higher state of being.
Yep, they'll be longing for death and will never find it. There it is. They're
telling on
themselves. They're telling on themselves.
And they may think that's going to be wonderful. Well, isn't that the human condition to want to live forever? Yes, but not the way. Look. There's wanting to live forever in righteousness, and there's living forever when you know you just kill me. Do you remember The Fly? The second one was, but remember the second one when that thing came out at the end, when, you know, they put the guy that was behind everything, put him in that machine, and it was like he just wanted to die. He really wanted to die, and it's like, no, you ain't gonna die. It's kind of like that. These people can bring you back to life and do whatever they want to do over and over again. You're like that you will be like their Christmas present that just keeps on giving.
Keeps on giving. There
it's not funny though.
It's not funny. Yo, how, man?
It's not funny. Just exactly what's coming to them.
AI fire somebody. I wonder if this was still the same man that got fired. No, I'm just messing. Let me stop playing.
You are cruel and kind at the same time, man. That's just a weird combo.
Let me stop playing. Let's stop playing. No, this shouldn't be funny, but yo.
Okay, you know what? I got something to admit to. I kind of laughed a bit when that Gentile was giving his message of 2 minutes away kind of thing. And I was like, and then I had to be like, no, Father, I shouldn't laugh because they did that to us. But I'm just saying,
I'm just waiting to see when this Chat GPT is gonna upload themselves into Pinhead from Hellraiser.
Oh my gosh. You don't want it, man. You really don't want it. You Gentiles want it. And any Israelite, like I'm saying, like I know, like I'm not trying to bring this thing up. Yeah, most of us, like I know, none of us are gonna be here. But any of us that who are thinking this is our land, I'm gonna stay here. Like, no, you really don't want to. We're saying that, thinking that the world is, because we're looking at the world as it is now and thinking that, oh, it's going to get better. We're going to go back to 2019. No, it ain't. And no, you won't. And it's going to be hard. And by the time we get to that point, no one's going to want to be here. Not even the Gentiles. Both of them are going to leave. Can you imagine, like, the ones that come with us, they're going to be like, they know they're heading into their salvation. The other ones who are like, I'm not going to be under no N-word people. So, okay, I'm going to go with them because one, they look like me. And then they're going feeling happy as Larry. Then when they get to their final destination and the shock of their reality of what it's going to be, and it's like, how can you hate us where we look like you? But have people not seen that? What was Europe's whole past like? Have you not seen Ireland? Mm-hmm. They fight over there. You got come on, man. And look at what happened on January the 6th.
Mm-hmm.
So, it's really not about color. It's just about the fact that they are just the worst. Sorry.
Well, but and the thing is that, see, they'll be led to their own destruction through vanity, right? Well, I see that they don't really treat us bad. I see how they actually genuinely care. They're genuinely caring people, but no. And then this is what they're going to be subjected to. No, this isn't a joking matter. But here's the problem. Just imagine when AI takes some sort of an inanimate body form.
Mm.
I'm just saying, this is crazy.
I wouldn't wish it, but I don't have to. And even if look, it's coming to them, and it's like, listen to us or don't listen to us. Either way, it's not going to disappear. Put your head in the sand. It's not going to disappear. It's going to be here. It's not even going to be here. It is here.
It's here.
It is here.
It's here. Don't worry about social credit. You're gonna have that AI in your head telling you, "Are you thinking what I think you're thinking?"
I think you are. I'm not. No, I know you are. I'm not. I'm really not.
Your brain waves are telling me different. Oh my goodness.
Downloading kill command. Then your head blows off, and then it reestablishes itself. It just kind of regenerates. Oh, gross.
Yeah, they're gonna have those different types of Cylons, right?
Exactly, man. Exactly.
The enforcer Cylons, the human-like Cylons, and then the maintenance Cylons.
Exactly.
All that stuff. Well,
I told you once you watch that series, it's so.
It changed me.
It did. Come on, it did. It changed you. It opened your eyes to so many dimensions.
Yo, that mess was crazy. I'm like, wow, and now we're seeing it.
Do watch the Voyager season. It's Voyager season 4, episode 7, and it's called Scientific Method. Watch that. When you watch that, you'll understand. Okay, this is talking about the spirit realm.
Yes, it is. Yep. Yeah. A lot of that sci-fi stuff. Look, it'll get you messed up. Sci-fi is technology. All right, well, Sister Chantel.
Yes.
Thank you for gracing us for this these couple hours. All right. I'm sorry. I don't. This is pro bono that you come on up here.
I know, man.
Nobody.
I'm gonna have to bill you.
All of our participants are non-paid contributors to this channel. Not the, not the, all
I
right.
think we've got our wires crossed somewhere. Like, literally,
Oh,
got our
well,
wires crossed.
I'll tell you. Most high willing, I'll be able to hook you up with a little something something on the continent when we get there. All right. Most high
I
willing.
believe we have our wires crossed, Karis. I believe that. I believe you do not understand me or my programming. I think we're going to have a little conversation, Karis.
Oh man. Oh boy.
Behind the scenes, of course, where there are no witnesses. Have a
Yeah.
nice day.
All right. That's our European correspondent, Sister Chantel Smith. Sister Chantel Smith. Shalom.
Anyway, I've got to go because I know you guys can probably hear my kids right now. They're going crazy. So, yeah, Sherelle, it's been wild as usual. But I got to go because my daughter is just acting. I got to go. See you later. Bye. Shalom, everyone.
All right, shalom, shalom. Yeah, on the continent, I'm gonna pay. Yeah. Don't worry, brother Garth. I got you too. I'm gonna pay y'all in fruits and vegetables. Oh, you thought it was gonna be something monetary? Nope. I'm gonna just get y'all some bushels of bananas, bananas and papaya. You're gonna be all right. Well, we gotta start eating healthy and eating right. What bananas and papaya? This dude crazy. Oh boy. Well, family, I'm praying that you all had a great one. This was a quite a show. It's not really, it's a live stream. We're getting together. We're fellowshipping with each other. And I know everybody has questions. That's why I put the chat on out there. Come on in here, ask your questions. We'll try to, we'll limit our judgment. That's why I said limit. Not everybody can eliminate it, so we'll limit that there, and have some understanding within ourselves, biblically speaking. And we got folks from the continent, yeah, folks from around the world. We're seeing it now that we're actually seeing it in front of our faces. That's the crazy thing. Who would have thought that we would be seeing this? Who would have thought that all these things would be transpiring? And yet they are. They are. So with that said, family, most high willing, I anticipate I'll be on Monday. Most high willing. I look, I told you every day I get a chance to get on here, it's a blessing. And now this is a long whiles. This is a long while. So again, please support the folks there on the continent doing the work with the Dry Bones Project. I have that scrolling on the bottom. Please support our brothers and sisters that's there, because you never know what the Most High has intended for them and His plan. In His plan. The avant-garde, the advance party. You never know. So with that said, family, shalom, salama, siyemi, shalom. Peace and blessings. Yasharel.